Halo semuanya, kembali lagi bersama saya Rando Triza di channel Mister Dayak. Kali ini kita akan bermain Genshin Impact lagi ya guys ya. Genshin Impact versi 4.2. Kita akan bermain quest baru ya guys ya. Ini baru aja update hari ini. Tanpa berlama-lama lagi, saja memainkan gamenya. Dan setelah kita melewati quest nanti, kita akan gacha ya guys ya. Oke, kita masuk ke gamenya. Ini meja kantornya ya guys ya. Bentar ya, kita cek dulu. Kita cek sound. Tes satu dua, halo tes. Oke, soundnya oke, sip. Kita cek dulu ya, dapat apa kita guys. Wah, dapat primo. Oke, ambil. Baik, 300, mantap. 300. Nah, coba kita cek banner guys ya. Tarang, tarang, tarang. Kita ambil. Kita tukarkan langsung guys. Oke, 37, mantap. Nah, ini kita taruh ini aja ya. Siap-siap Anda nanti ya, akan kita gacha. Tapi sebelum kita gacha ya guys ya, kita akan selesaikan questnya dulu. Mari kita lihat bersama-sama. Ada quest naga. Penyamaran Sang Pendosa. Chapter 4 bagian kelima. Oke. Kayaknya ini bakalan lama deh guys. Ini dulu deh, kita selesaikan misi harian dulu ya. Misi harian dulu bentar. Oke, ya, cek map. Katanya mapnya udah kebuka. Oh, udah ya guys ya. Oke, nanti kita buka. Kita misi harian dulu guys. Bagi yang ingin berdonasi, silahkan copy link yang ada di deskripsi ya, Saweria ya guys ya. Untuk top up Primo game. Akhirnya kita punya chapter cerita terbaru ya guys ya. Saya disuruh nih nulis. Bagi kalian yang ingin menikmati story dari Genshin Impact juga ya guys ya, ada di video saya. Bisa kalian cek. Di sana saya buat movie-nya ya guys ya. Saya buat movie.
Take it easy.
Kenapa ini saya ngerjain misi harian di Inazuma? Karena pengen nyelesaikan quest apa namanya, reputasi. Bisa 3 atau 4 quest gitu guys, yang adanya cuman di misi harian. Ini semoga aja tentang novel ini ya guys ya.
Take it easy.
Jauh bro. Jangan lupa di share video ini ke teman-teman kalian, bagikan ke sosmed kalian ya guys ya. Bagi yang baru bergabung silahkan subscribe, like, dan silahkan komen ya guys ya. Kita akan bermain seru-seru, yes, sambil menikmati indah. Mana nih sih? Sini aja deh.
Take it easy.
Habisi semua musuh. Kalau gitu, kalau F.
I'm going in. Time for your arraignment. Incinerate. Busted. Take it easy. Boom boom.
Bisa berapa lagi? Jangan lupa nyalakan lonceng notifikasinya ya guys ya, biar kalian tidak ketinggalan saat live ini berlangsung guys. Ini di mana satunya di dapat, mantap, kabur. Satu quest lagi. Rada susah. Ambil elektronya lagi. Aduh kelewatan. Nah, gimana nih? Itu naik. Ya belum bisa open. Enggak apa-apa. Request dunia kita on dulu. Kita bersiap-siap dulu ke area kalau nggak salah ini ada domain baru guys, jadi kita harus mengujinya juga nanti ya. Kita lihat dulu.
Once, there was a glorious kingdom established among the heavens. From that kingdom came a crowned heir, tasked with seeking out the Genesis pearl from the kingdom of darkness. The first crowned heir began her journey of seeking the pearl. But she was deceived, and the memory of her noble origins faded. She now believed that she was the queen of the kingdom of darkness. But take heart. A second crowned heir had already taken up the path where the first had stumbled. This is the story of your journey, of your tale to be told.
Siapa ya prajurit berkota itu guys? Langsung level 4. Gamesnya kita cek dulu. Wah, ada uji coba nih. Kita coba dulu guys. Kita lihat apakah dia pakai nobles. Wih, critical energi, hydro damage, darah 7, artefak. Oh ini ya, golden trop ya. Dia lebih ke elemental nih berarti. Talenta level 8. Normalnya ada hidronya, ada healing. Saat karakter aktif di dalam party menerima pemulihan jika pemulihan tersebut bukan berasal dari Furina sendiri, memulihkan berlebih makan dalam party satu kali. Oke. Net nih dia pakai goblet. Kita cek dulu. Ini lebih ke elemen. Wah, serius nih 600. Ini settingan pusat ya. 600. 100. Dia lebih ke pyro damage. Support ya. Ini critical. Oh ini lebih ke healer. Healer, support. Ini healer juga. Oke. Senjatanya crit damage ya. Pantas 200. Oke, langsung kita coba.
Being too popular can be such a hassle.
Coba dulu guys, kita pakai banyak dulu. Hop.
Nice and spicy. Strike a pose. Time to shine. Teamwork is dreamwork. Eat this. Ninjutsu. an echoing song. Everybody stand back. You're toast. Stop that.
Agak slow mo ya. Antara agak slow mo atau nggak tahu mekaniknya aja nih. Ambil, coba baju.
No, my sword.
Come a little closer.
Mind the side effects. Yeah.
Let me weave you a verse.
Taking a turn for the better.
Apa dia jadi support?
Protect you with steel.
Surrender and be gentle.
Rain outlines your fate. Rain cutter.
Seems like an emergency. Mind the side effects.
Time to act.
Try not to enjoy this too much. Urine.
Penurunan resisten.
Remember, health comes first.
Nah, ini siapa nih? Carlot. Kita coba Carlot, guys. Skill jepretannya. Kombonya siapa? Oh, Barbara. Oke, berarti dulu.
No, my sword. Rain outlines your fate. Say cheese. Witness the power of Dunia.
Hey! Frost is coming!
Making you. Ready, steady, go.
Stun.
Going under! Please no!
Waduh, baru
Let
aja
me weave
berubah.
you a verse. Let the show begin.
Kalau sampai ganti karakter dia
Getting here!
ya. Bulldozer ya. Dia pemanfaatannya apa? Menggunakan base attack damage critical. Artefaknya cryo damage. Coba kita lihat, dia mengutamakan energi recharge dan cryo damage. Energi recharge ini lebih ke energi recharge. Ini kayaknya support juga nih, standar kali space attack.
Frost is coming! Commencing cleanup! Hey! Frost is coming! Getting gear! Frost is coming! Getting gear! Hey!
Berkudon ya.
Rain cutter.
Going under! Frost is coming!
Permatnya punya saya guys, cuman belum dibuil aja. Rencana ada mau dibuil sih untuk pasangan Ebis. Baido kita punya. Kita review sedikit dulu. Dia lebih ke ini ini lebih ke
I
elemental.
created another universe.
Ini juga 600 coy. Sedap. 600 90% semua. Ini support yang luar biasa. Berarti
Cold beer after a hard day's
fase
work.
pertama kita
Nothing like
pakai
it.
thank you dulu nih nanti. Kita petir dulu.
By royal decree. Stand clear.
Oke.
Know my sword. Witness the power of Gugwa. Animal hypostasis emulation.
To ashes!
Body and mind. Rain cutter. Rain outlines your fate. Wings of darkness. Come, sever night. Animal 6308. Swirl, Mark 2.
Power that ended Haishan!
Witness the power of Gugwa. Know my sword.
Hai. Cek lagi. Bill. Quest, oke ready. Ini apa? Oke, ini apa? Oke. Kita cek. Wah, kurang. Oke, kita langsung masuk ke questnya ya guys ya. Jam berapa? Tunggu sampai besok jam 8. Oke, ini dia, here we go. Questnya dengan judul Quest Archon Chapter 4 bagian kelima, Penyamaran Sang Pendosa, dengan subjudul Air Bah Angkara Murka. Ini dia.
Navigating the world.
Sekarang kita masuk kembali ke dalam penjara berarti guys. Makanan gratis di sini, teleport.
Take it easy.
Now for a little rest after breakfast. This is the life.
Selamat menikmati questnya.
important supposed
sambil
to
kita
happen
baca ya.
today? Oh, today's our big day! We're supposed to leave the Fortress of Millipede! Come on, we've got to go complete the release
Oh, ini masih
procedures
sambungan
now!
cerita kemarin, guys. Kisah dari Wiro Sableng. Penyamaran Sang Pendosa.
Please, sign here.
It's been so long since we've been to the surface. Let's hurry up and... Huh?
Gempa, guys, gempa.
What's happening?
Are you okay?
Fine, thanks. But I wonder what that tremor was just now.
Let's go ask the Duke!
Take it easy.
Your Grace!
Ah, good to see you two.
Ini
Is
Wiro
there something
Sableng.
you wish to see me about?
Namanya Wiro
What
Hesley.
was with that earthquake just now?
Ah, that. The tremor didn't originate from the seafloor. In fact, it seems it came from the surface. Over the years of serving as the warden here, I've developed a sense for distinguishing between what occurs on the surface and what occurs underwater. Besides, the seal that Monsieur Neuvillette set in place won't fail so easily.
So the fortress is okay?
Maybe.
If you
Maybe
recall our
not.
last incident, if there really were a problem, there would be crowds of inmates in a panic right now.
Huh. You've got a point. Okay, seems we need to get back up to the surface and ask about what happened. By the way, you know what day is today?
I believe today is this month's pipe cleaning day.
Wait, seriously?
Salah, ini hari bebas.
Ah, yes. Have you completed your release papers?
Yep. It's you two. Are you leaving now? That's right. Today is our last day in prison. But now that Paimon said
Ini hari
that,
terakhir kami jadi
doesn't
napi.
feel like
Paimonnya
we were
senang ya,
confined
guys ya.
here.
Jadi
It's
napi.
actually been pretty
Paimon tuh
nice.
ngerasa di sini nggak kayak penjara ya, malah seru gitu deh, enak juga. Wah, ini memang kainan Paimonnya, guys. Di penjara kok dia malah seru katanya.
Oh yeah, Paimon feels fond of this place now. Then be sure to come back and visit. I'll miss you.
Paimon.
If you've signed the release papers, then you're free to go. The guards will escort you out.
You're not going to see us off?
I knew you'd ask. All right, sure. Let's go.
Well, you actually agreed. No worries, you must be busy. Paimon was just...
Ah, so you do have a polite side.
After being down here for so long, I imagine you must feel like you're lacking companionship. Yeah, don't worry, we'll come back to see you. Paimon really likes the cafeteria. The chefs sure do know how to make good grub.
I hope you won't be here as
Memang
convicts the
tukang
next time I see
makan
you.
ya, guys ya
We'll
Paimon.
do our best to stay out of trouble. Well, it seems our work in the Fortress of Millipede is finished. That's the end of another chapter in our journey. And since Nervlev was the one who asked us to come here, we should probably go report to him now. Next up, the Palais Mermonia. You're going to see Monsieur Nervillette? Please pass on our kind regards.
I'm sure just your regards will do, no?
I believe it would be the polite thing to do.
You're right. I've heard the Palais has been terribly busy these days. Tell him that I hope he hasn't been overwhelmed by the recent string of troubles.
Kemana lagi nih? Langsung teleport saja. Oh tadi lupa ngambil hadiah ya di Adventure Guild. Kita ngambil hadiah bentar ya guys ya. Ambil hadiah terus bikin makanan bentar. Terus kita lanjut lagi. Takutnya ada pertarungan nanti guys. Takutnya ada pertarungan.
Add Astra.
Ambil hadiah ekspedisi dulu. Oke.
Add
Astra
Astra
Abyssals.
Abyssals. Welcome.
Welcome to Adventure Guild.
Thank you for completing today's
Thank you for
commissions.
completing today. Oke, kita kembali. Belum. Masak dulu guys. Ini dulu ya. Kita amankan dulu. Kita amankan dulu 2 ya. Kita amankan resin 2, terus teleport kita bikin 5. Soalnya nanti mau ngejelajah wilayah baru guys. Tempat masak di mana sih di sini? Tempat masak. Nanti aja lah. Oke, kita lanjutkan.
Take it easy.
The Palais Mermonia sure is buzzing with activity today.
Halt! Huh? Oh, it's you two. Apologies. Monsieur Neuvillette did say you'd be welcome at any time.
Excuse me. Would you mind helping me take a look?
I'll be right there. Sorry, I've got my hands...
Everyone's so busy. Seems a
Neuvillette.
Hello.
Neuvillette.
You've come at the right time, but you'll have to wait for just a moment, as there are some urgent matters I must tend to first. In the meantime, please have a seat. If you'd like to have something to drink...
That's all right. We just ate.
Very well then.
Let's take a break over
Makan
there while we
terus
wait for him to
sayang ini.
finish his work.
All right.
Are you done with your work?
Yes, sorry to keep you waiting. Today should be the day you were released from the fortress of Meripede.
That's right. And we can...
A massive...
Ikan paus
Do you have any
raksasa.
idea what
Ikan
that might
paus,
be?
ikan tomat. Oh, ikan
Judging
paus.
from your description,
Ikan
that
paus
cannot
buah
have
tomat.
occurred in any ordinary waters, but rather something like the primordial sea. A whale of that size and
Lautan
shape cannot
primordial.
usually be found in the waters of Tevat. Therefore, we can only
Adanya
assume
paus
that child is
raksasa
presently
di
immersed
lautan
in primordial
primordial yang akan
seawater.
nanti menjadi boss ya guys
Immersed in
ya.
primordial seawater?
World boss baru.
And is he okay?
Most people wouldn't be capable of entering in the first place. I'm not completely sure how he could have gotten there myself. Yes? What is it?
Betul.
Oh, right. Emma felt it too.
Bukannya tidak tahu, tapi
We
gimana
asked the Duke
caranya
and
ke
he said it
sana.
wasn't from underwater, so we figured you might know something about it.
Tapi katanya sumbernya bukan dari bawah air, mungkin kamu tahu.
It turns out that I have just received a report about this particular matter. In fact, that's exactly what I was busy with a moment ago. The source of the tremor
Sumber
was here on
getaran
the
ada di
surface near
permukaan di dekat
Poisson.
Poisson,
After the
dekat
shaking
penjara.
stopped, the
Setelah
water
gempanya
levels in the
berhenti,
Poisson
permukaan air
area
di sekitar
rose at an
Poisson
alarming rate.
naik dengan
The
sangat
water
cepat.
levels... Oh,
Fortunately, the water levels only rose for a short period of time and have already returned. If the change in water levels is connected with the leaking primordial
Kebocoran
seawater,
lautan primordial.
then the situation in Poisson may be much worse than it appears.
Navia should be in Poisson, right? We need to go check on her.
I would also like to go there as soon as possible, but I'm afraid I can't leave just yet. I'll have to ask you two to go to Poisson first.
There's no time to lose. Let's get going.
Please be careful.
Kita akan cek kebocoran yang terjadi.
Oh, what happened here?
Mulai tenggelam ya guys ya. Oh bukan gempa. Bangunan rusak semua, tidak ada orang. Jangan-jangan sudah larut semua. Tidak, jangan mikir ke sana dulu.
Navia should be around here, right? Need to make sure she's still...
Air bah Ankara. Ankara ini bukan ibu kotanya Turki ya guys ya. Ada orang di atas.
We haven't seen a single soul all the way here.
What will I ever do now?
Nah, lihat,
Just stay put. We're coming up. Watch your balance.
ada orang ganteng kata Poemon.
All right.
Memang ya Poemon rada-rada ya guys ya.
Looks pretty sad.
My leg! My leg! Have happened. It hurts.
Banyak yang terluka guys ya. Karena gempa.
Just hang in there. Help is on the way. You can hold.
Apa yang sebenarnya terjadi ini? Apa ada tiba-tiba ada gempa? Kita akan selidiki kasus ini sampai selesai guys. Kita harus cari tahu sumber masalahnya ada di mana.
Navia, she's over there. Hey, Navia, are you okay?
You're here.
We heard there was a...
Yes.
Demoiselle! There was a wounded resident next to a building southeast of here. You've already transported him to...
He's wounded?
He fell, so it's probably a broken leg. He's pretty shaken up. When the water level rose, he desperately climbed up to the roof.
Setelah
Once
airnya
the water
turun
receded
lagi,
and he saw the
berarti
ground,
tadi
he
sempat
became
ada
terrified and
air
eventually...
naik guys. Air bah.
He jumped down then. Find the leader of Squad 1 and tell him to take
Kayaknya
the...
sumber
Understood.
lautan
I'll take
primordial
over
ada
his
di
search and rescue mission
area
in the
sini.
meantime.
Sumbernya kayaknya di
Alright,
dekat-dekat sini.
you'll- right, a little... Rushing water seemed everyone on the street who happened to be close to the water. Those who realized the Spina di Rosula initiated rescue operations as quickly as possible. But the water that... One knows if this could happen again.
Oh, awful.
It was quite frightening indeed.
Is there any way we can help Navia?
Ya, kami mau bantu.
Thank you for being so willing to help in a moment of crisis like this.
Tunggu. Kayaknya orangnya tidak lengkap.
Don't say that, Navia. That's what friends are for.
Melos dan Silver kemana?
Demoiselle, we've got a situation here.
Jangan-jangan
I'll
tenggelam.
be right there.
Karena dia nggak bisa
Sorry,
ngejawab.
I need to go for
Nah.
now.
Jangan-jangan
And off she goes.
Okay, the wounded are being tended to, and we finished a preliminary head. Of course, we should remain ready for anything. And Traveler, I'm on. Would you two accompany me to
kuburan
my father's?
papa.
Huh? Right now?
Emang di mana? Baiklah, kami
Thank
akan
you.
temani. Jalan terdekat ada di sini.
Take it easy.
Not a lot of people here, huh?
Sini tidak banyak orang ya. Ya
Well,
iyalah,
given the time of
kuburan.
day and the whole situation in Poisson, one doesn't think there'd be a time.
Right. That's how things are now. Living.
Navia?
Tolong jangan memaksakan diri, Navia. Navianya bersedih, guys.
Navia, what's wrong?
Sorry. I just...
What happened?
Malus and Silver. They won't
Nah, kan
ever come back here again.
Melos dan Silver ini sudah tidak ada, guys. Kayaknya kena bencana tadi deh mereka.
Huh? What happened to them?
Turut berduka cita.
Everyone agreed on the rescue plan, but
Paimon banyak
still,
tanya, guys. Paimon, guys.
they were helping
Orang lagi
evacuate the
bersedih.
residents, but they couldn't leave in
Mereka
time,
membantu evakuasi tapi tidak sempat melarikan
And-
diri. Dan akhirnya
and they were caught in the seawater. I've known them for so long. And I know I could at least hold a funeral for my father. And I know where he rests. As for Malus and Silver, they're just gone. I just can't.
Sin.
Everything looks so clean after it rains.
Undangannya jadi
Even
jernih
the
sekali.
gravestone.
Setiap habis
I
hujan.
didn't expect
Bahkan
that you'd
batu
enjoy a
nisannya
glass
juga.
of red wine
Saya
in front
tidak
of
pernah
Master
menyangka
Callus's grave.
Anda berani menikmati segelas anggur merah di depan makam Tuan Carl.
I can understand. Besides,
Aku sih paham.
the scenery here
Pemandangannya
isn't half
memang
bad.
sangat mantap sekali di sini.
See, it's not just me. I always want to bring something when I visit Papa.
How could Master ever be upset with
Kapan
you,
Tuan bisa
Demoiselle?
marah sama Dom Chel?
Yet the cemetery is
Tapi
the home
pemakaman
of
adalah
those who have
peristirahatan terakhir
passed,
bagi
is it
mereka
not?
yang telah tiada. Bukankah
Everyone ends up
begitu?
here sooner or
Pada
later.
akhirnya semua
no
orang
matter
akan
who you
terbaring
are.
di sini. Siapapun itu.
Buying yourself a plot in advance, are you?
Mau beli kapling sekarang?
No need yet.
Tidak.
But when I do,
Tapi ketika
hope
tiba
you'll let me be
saatnya,
buried
saya
beside
berharap
Master
agar
Callus,
boleh
Demoiselle.
dikebumikan di samping Tuan Carl, Demon Cell.
Hey, stop joking around.
I'm quite serious.
Oh,
That way,
tapi saya
it'll save
serius.
us both the
Dengan
trip to
demikian,
see each other
acap
whenever
kali
you
Anda
visit your
mengunjungi
father's
Tuan,
grave.
bisa sekali bertemu dengan saya.
That makes sense.
Boleh
In that
juga tuh
case,
idenya. Gimana
could I be
kalau
buried
saya
on his
juga
other
dimakamkan di sisi sebelahnya lagi? Boleh?
After all, besides you,
Selain
Demoiselle,
Demon Cell sendiri,
two of us
bukankah
could
kami berdua ini
certainly
adalah
be
rekan
considered
terdekatnya
masters.
Tuan?
Personally,
Tentu
I
kami
believe
layak
we
merasa
fill those
seperti itu
shoes
ya kan?
just fine.
Why are you bringing this up all of a sudden? Seriously. But I'd really prefer not to talk about this stuff. And what do you mean by saving me a trip? I promised to let them rest in peace. But I'm sorry for letting you see me in a mess like.
I'm on Link doesn't know how to help you feel better.
I had always thought I could make my wish true. Silver have helped me so.
You can spend as much time as you need here, Navia. We'll stay with you.
Thank you. Right now, by the way, you can have a look at this. It's a list.
Obena, Han, Burnett,
Julian,
Giverny,
terus juga Melis dan
Francine,
Silver.
Furina, Daisy Ray, Boinville, Julianne, Esson, as
And
well as Malus and Silver.
Paimon ikut
So,
bersedih.
everyone else is sick?
It's okay. I know what you're thinking. The overall outcome indicates that the cost was worth it.
Right. Don't think that way, Navia. One person might be saved at the expense of another, sure, but Malus and Silver were not the price for saving.
You're right. What you said just now was pretty amazing.
Oh,
Seems you've become more eloquent in the time since we last met.
the knave? What are you doing here?
Is everything going well on your side?
Sang ya.
Yes, my people are carrying out the mission according to your request. All the residents of Poisson have been evacuated, and we're preparing to relocate. As
Salah
for
satu
these
petinggi
supplies,
Fatu
we
ya,
have everything
katanya.
taken care of. There is no need to worry.
Thank you. Very.
Wait,
We just met recently.
Usually, I would call this a coincidental encounter. Doesn't quite fit this time. Besides, it never even. Thanks to the knave, Spina di Rosula received generous support from the Fatui, which allowed us to complete the rest.
Mutual aid is essential to fostering positive developments. We were already in the area, in any case, so it was nothing. That said, I must say that you're a lot sharper than you let on.
I apologize for all the ways in which I tested you previously. We've never worked with a Fatui before. My subordinates have reported that Fatui soldiers have been observing water levels and taking head counts in various locations.
This is nothing to brag about, nor do I intend to. It is simply the way of. As I've told this traveler before, I know of the prophecy, and I intend to prevent the impending. Lending your organization a hand was a natural first step in accomplishing that. As such.
Without your help, there would have been many more casualties.
Furthermore, I sincerely regret what happened to Malus and Silver.
Don't say that. You, as Paimons, never let.
You're right. Water is
So, you're
Of course. By the way, traveler, Paimon, one more thing.
Apa nih?
alright, then we'll just...
That is a clever and useful conversation technique, which I do like to use when necessary. Traveler, I'm sure you remember that I said we could work together. What you and I both know that there may be issues with the primordial sea. Previously, it was the fortress of Meripede's sluice gate, and this time it was the water levels in Poisson.
Kayaknya kita akan bekerja sama dengan Fatu ini, guys.
Allow me to share the latest intel I've received from the House of the Hearth's intelligence. During some recent investigations, a child claimed to have discovered some ruins near Poisson. Judging by the dating of the ruins, they may be related to the prophecy and the coming crisis. My people initially came to prepare for ruin exploration. Unexpectedly, this disaster.
So, that's why the Fatui were.
I wanted to take the children along, but unfortunately, Linny, Lynette, and Fremine have all been. Linny told me that outside of the house, which is why I want to give you this task. The House of the Hearth's members see each other as family, but Linny, Lynette, and Fremine said that they also see you
Apa ya
as
tujuan dari
such.
connect-nya, guys?
I'm sure you already understand how earnest they consider their friendship with you to be.
Oh, that somehow makes Paimon feel kinda happy.
The intel I just shared about the ruins could fetch a high price. But since the
Got it! So all we gotta do is go to some ruins, right?
Excuse me, but may I tag along?
You wish to join, Miss Navia?
But are you sure you're up to exploring some...
Well, I'm point in being depressed while we still have. Besides, I'm also doing this for myself.
Since you put it that way, I have no objections. What do you say, traveler? All right. The ruins are to the south of Poisson.
Okay, the three of us will...
Air bah selesai. Kemudian sub berikutnya pertemuan adalah perpisahan. Nah, berat ya bahasanya guys ya. Berat. Jarak ini kita lompat dari atas saja biar cepat. Nanti mapnya biar seiring waktu aja kebuka ya. Seiring perjalanan guys.
Take it easy.
Ini kayaknya ini bakalan panjang betul ini questnya. Kayaknya ya. Tapi nanti akan kebuka sendiri kok. Bangunan ini kah katanya?
So, are these the ruins the knave was talking
Bangunan
about?
tua ini kah?
They seem to be pretty ancient.
Let's go in and have...
Just be...
Oke, persiapkan diri. Go.
Take it easy.
Jebret.
Here comes the cat.
Rain outlines your face. Rain cutter.
Take it easy.
Cepat. Wah, elah bikin kaget, guys. Langsung mati dong. Jatuh dari ketinggian. Nggak bilang-bilang kalau jalannya ke bawah. Ya ampun, Yelan sampai jatuh. Kita ganti senjata bentar ya.
This place has also been contaminated by primordial seawater.
And
Lautan
a
primordial.
lot of it too.
Orang
Fontaine
fontaine
would most
asli
likely
akan
dissolve the
larut
moment they
langsung.
fell in.
Berhubung kita ini bukan orang fontaine asli, tidak mungkin larut kalau ke situ.
You can't go down if there's primordial seawater. It's too dangerous and it won't be any help for you to just stay here. Don't get by my wrong. We're not saying you're useless.
No, you're right. I can't do anything in this situation.
Ayo udah,
That
kami turun.
complicates things.
In that case, do you...
Water levels here are unstable. I'll go together with you. Perhaps we'll find the exit just up.
All right. Come with us for...
Oke, kamu pergi saja biar kami yang beraksi.
No, it's a dead end. Let's try climbing over from the side.
Kita panjat. Hampir aja nyebur ya. Nggak kelihatan soalnya. Panjat. Hampir aja jatuh. Apa jadinya kalau jatuh ya guys ya? Mana lagi nih?
Take it easy.
Ada apa ya dengan bangunan tua ini? Masuk ke lubang. Aduh, tadi ada tulisan terus apa tadi katanya?
Wait, there's something wrong with this bridge.
Banyak jump scare-nya, guys. Wah, ini di bawah sudah air primordial. Kalau jatuh si siapa nih? Navila. Kalau dia jatuh, selesai. Langsung larut. Wah, Navilanya jatuh. Pegang. Kalau Navia orang Fontaine asli, dia akan larut ya. Akan meleleh kena air primordial. Tapi kalau dia bukan orang asli Fontaine, maka dia selamat. Di sini kita akan melihat kalau Navila selamat setelah kecebur. Loh, ini di mana?
Mademoiselle, what are you doing here by yourself? Would you be standing here till...
Maybe she just wants some time.
Yes, it...
That's quite possible.
Oh. It must have slipped. Clear feel.
Apa berhalusinasi, guys?
Oh, no. I was just trying to recall...
Do you remember Mr. Giverny? He'd requested our help.
We were headed to see how things were going with...
Ah, right.
Oh, Miss Navia. Mr. Malus. Mr. Silver, too.
How have you been?
Apakah ini gambaran sebelum kejadian bencana tadi, guys?
Thanks to your help, those bothersome merchants finally... They were knocking at my door day and...
Sometimes.
That's right.
Oh, yes. Miss Navia, these are some flower seeds that I prepared. Please take them. I don't know what we would have done without your help.
Did you cultivate them yourself?
Why, we can have as many pots as you'd like, demoiselle.
Perfect. In that case, we'll swap out some of the decorative plants for...
Very well.
Excuse me, madam.
That's right.
No, it's nothing. Why are there people around?
We must mind the time.
Huh? We do? Like what?
Well, now, did you
Apa ini ya,
forget?
guys ya? Ini mimpi atau
Miss Navia, here you are. I've been looking for you.
si Navianya keingat kejadian sebelum bencana air bah itu turun?
Wait.
Yes, she's right, demoiselle. Just about time now, so...
Questnya bikin penasaran, guys.
Look, it's Navia. She's here.
Lihat itu Navia, dia sudah datang.
And her two attendants are with her. Goodness, everyone's finally here.
Apakah ini
A lot of people here. Trial. Oddly.
Jadi orangnya masih hidup semua? Yang di daftar list yang meninggal tadi?
Julien.
Ini apa ya?
And as for the judge. Huh?
Please sit in the defendant's seat. Don't worry, Silver and...
All right.
Typically, it wouldn't be allowed, but today...
Hey, what kind of place do they think this is?
Come on. Do they have...
Enough with the whispering!
My dear Miss Navia, have you not yet realized what you've done? As all here
Semua orang tahu
know,
bahwa
you
Anda adalah
are
penerus
Master
Tuan
Callus's
Chaos.
successor. The head
Pada
of the
setia
Spina
di
di
Rosula,
Rasula,
sosok yang sangat
someone held
dijuluki
in
oleh
high regard
warga
by every
Passion.
soul in Poisson. After you took
Setelah
over the
Spina
Spina,
diambil
you
alih oleh
treated
Anda,
all of us just
perlakuan
like the
yang
late
kami
Master
terima
Callus
persis sama
had.
dan ketika era
If
Tuan
anyone
Kau,
in need
Anda
reached out
siap
to you for
membantu
help,
bagi siapapun
you
yang
respond. Not
membutuhkan.
only you, but your butler,
Bukan
your
hanya Anda, tapi
subordinates,
demikian juga dengan
nearly
pelayan
everyone
dan
in the
anak buah
Spina di
Anda. Semua
Rasula
anggota
fought
Spina di
for the
Rosula
well-being
berjuang
of
bagi
those in
kesejahteraan
Poisson.
Posion.
Wait a moment.
Yes, correct.
Betul, 100%
Absolutely
betul.
right.
Dan itulah kenapa Anda
And that
dituntut.
is why you stand
Begitu
accused.
banyak yang telah menerima
You have helped
uluran
so
tangan
many
Anda dan
people
kini kami
get through
semua,
so
kita
many
semua
difficulties.
adalah bagian yang tidak
You
dapat
are one. We are
terpisahkan.
one big family.
Kita satu
All of
keluarga,
us who are from
keluarga besar
Poisson,
Posion yang terikat
inextricably
dengan
linked.
sangat erat.
And
Betapa
with you
pentingnya
being
sosok
so
Anda,
important,
sehingga kami
we
tidak
couldn't
bisa
possibly do without
apa-apa
you.
tanpa diri Anda.
Therefore, this
Maka
fair
dari
and
itu,
honorable court
sidang
shall
ini
declare you
menyatakan bahwa
guilty,
Anda
and you shall
bersalah.
stay
Anda
here.
harus
You will be
ditinggal di sini
together with
selamanya
us
bersama kami.
forever.
Everything you have said.
Oh, well,
Oh,
if that's
kalau
what you
itu
think,
yang Anda
then
pikirkan,
I
maka
have
saya
no
tidak
further
dapat berkomentar.
How wonderful, Miss Navia!
No, all these laughing.
Seem to remember now.
Just a moment. This isn't right!
Lucy.
Kenapa mereka ini menghayal?
What
Tuh?
was that, Mr. Melus?
Ada apa
Our
Tuan Melus?
conclusion is very
Keputusan kami
clear
adalah
and
absah
unanimous. Let
dan
the
sangat
court
jelas.
judge her
Pengadilan telah
now.
memutuskan bahwa
She's
terdakwa
guilty.
bersalah.
Stay here, Navia! You're one of us!
Tapi suruh
Demoiselle, don't admit guilt. This trial means to keep you here forever.
I wish to exercise my right to defend Our Lady. Mr. Joinville, you only know of Navia's...
She was born a free and
Navianya mau
she has never
dijebak.
been tied down by anything. Indeed, even the death of Master...
Her actions cannot serve. Please do not mistake her actions.
Really? As an individual, you say? Don't forget, we are all Fontanians here. This is the... Even if Miss Navia... Everything is measured here. Now I speak for everyone. Our opinion is consistent. Navia should stay.
Terpengaruh.
We and
Jangan-jangan
Navia are one.
Navianya kecebur ke primordial. Terus
And you
berhalusinasi.
would call this justice? Have you forgotten how
Tapi
much you all
pertanyaannya,
once
kalau
longed
seandainya
to
beneran
become
kecebur,
individuals, to become
kenapa Navianya
independent?
tidak larut?
You need to defy
Kalau dia tidak larut, berarti
If your
Navia
justice
bukan
is
orang
flawed, then why
Fontaine
should we
asli.
acknowledge...
As you said, we can
Tapi
also
semua
have our
kebingungan
own
ini akan terjawab
justice.
setelah
And
Navia
that
sadar. Kita lihat.
Demoiselle,
Silver. Everything that seemed odd from the Carina, Desiree, Joyville, Jolien, Essen, and Mr. Giverny and Mrs. Burnett, who we met earlier. Even Melus. Silver. I don't want to admit it, but they're all dead.
don't be afraid. Don't admit guilt.
Absurd! Who are you to say that she cannot be judged? Don't let them escape! We shall keep Navia here with us!
Mr. Malus and Mr. Silver, must you be so stubborn? How could the two of you possibly hope to stand against the collective? Do not resist. This judgment is fair and just. Navia belongs to us. After all that happened, she should not be left alone in Poisson.
Oh, pengaruh efek hidro.
What are you saying? No more excuses!
Ini adalah jiwa-jiwa yang terperangkap.
Jealous. How could she possibly be an independent individual?
What's with these people?
Who's jealous of her?
She belongs to us.
Miss Navia.
Silence.
That's...
Kok bisa Neuvillette datang ya?
Monsieur Neuvillette!
Such commotion is prohibited in the court. The accusations you just present, the court will adjourn for the rest of the day. In this, I shall hear no objections from any...
Our thanks, monsieur.
Please leave with me, Miss Navia, while there is...
But
Go on now, demoiselle. Your only chance to leave...
Malus.
My apologies. I couldn't resist making one little joke once I realized that.
Silver.
Quickly, you must come.
Goodbye.
Ini New Village-nya juga palsu kayaknya nih ya.
Farewell.
Efek terpengaruh primordial tadi guys. Air primordial.
No, wait! Just a second!
Enggak kecebur ya? Apa cuman bermimpi aja? Kecebur.
You're awake. Good.
Oh, ada New Village. Berarti tadi nggak sempat kecebur Navianya. Berarti diselamatkan oleh New Village. Harusnya teorinya
I
benar.
must have been dreaming. Luce and Silver were still alive,
Karena kalau
and they were
Navia sampai kecebur dia
they were
bakalan mati
defending
guys.
me at
Bakal
some
larut karena
insane
dia orang
trial.
asli Fontaine.
Looks like you're all right.
Did all the sad feelings cause you to have a...
The ruins you were exploring suffered a cave-in. When I arrived, I found you falling. You were just about to be dissolved within, but I...
Itu karena kamu hampir aja larut katanya.
I think I saw 2 Oceanids protecting you. It was only for a moment, perhaps even a
Ocean
fraction of a
melindungi.
second, but they gave me the chance to retrieve you.
Itu channel tadi. Silver.
Were it not for their intervention, I would not have been able to rescue you before your consciousness dissipated.
Wait, did you say Oceanids? You mean like what happened with
Kesadaran
Rocher?
orang-orang yang sudah larut berubah jadi Oceanid.
Perhaps those 2 Oceanids were the people you saw in your dream.
I always told them that they didn't have to protect me.
Please come with me.
New Village ini kostumnya keren ya.
Neverlet, are you okay?
Andai saja kemarin
Oh, I am
gacha
quite all right.
dapat.
Perhaps
Tapi dia
there's something we could
dipasangkannya itu
chat about?
loh.
Why do you look so stiff all of a
Pasangannya
sudden?
siapa kemarin ya?
Oh, Paimon
Apa
knows.
tahu?
You're the type.
I
Kayaknya
merely thought
pasangannya
that we
Hutau
should
deh
give
kemarin.
Navia.
Jadi kan
Ah,
bimbang
she's
dilema
real.
gitu.
I hope all is well with her.
Terus katanya juga nanti banner
She's
berikutnya
doing
ada
fine down there. She's
Hayato.
in a mix.
I see.
Saya nih mau
Well,
Hayato.
that is good.
Tapi untungnya
I have always worried
bannernya
that
tidak
Siege Wing...
disamakan dengan
And the
Purina.
Duke also says hi.
Soalnya kalau bannernya
Thank
disamakan
you.
dengan Furina,
I have indeed been
maka
busy
Furina
lately.
tidak saya
I also
gacha,
hope
tapi
that-
gacha Hayato.
He still doesn't know what to talk about. No, Neverlet.
Yes. Yes, in fact. Amid my astonishment...
Yeah.
I'm sorry to have kept you all waiting like that. I'm feeling much better now. I guess we should get going again. Will you come with us, Monsieur Neville?
Kita pasangkan critical dulu, defend dulu.
Yes, if you wouldn't mind my company.
All right. Another one joins the party. Let's get going then.
Gabung.
Motion to compel. I'm going in.
Gabung.
Take it easy.
Incinerate.
Let's light it up.
Kita isi energi dulu. Penuh.
Boom boom. Dada kundala.
Jangan bilang mau runtuh
Take
lagi
it
nih.
easy.
Oh no, another unstable path.
Tuh kan
Watch your step.
serem amat tuh. Ada nggak? Bahaya coy. Naik. Hampir. Oke, kita gaskan. Gabung. Bos 100k.
Things are about to get dicey.
Mau runtuh lagi.
Seems we're almost at the top. Keep it up!
Hampir.
Take it easy.
Teamwork is dreamwork!
Time for your arraignment! Motion to compel!
Quiet now.
A minor witness the power of Gugwa!
I'm going in!
Incinerate!
Game's up. Fun's over.
Motion to compel!
Modelnya mirip-mirip Kokonomia. Ada bola-bola putar di atas, coba lihat. Apa? Kokonomia. Di map kelihatan nggak? Nggak kelihatan ya. Ada sumber energi kayak di Kokomi. Gimana? Ekonomia. Yang di bawah air itu loh, di Nazuma.
Take it easy.
Apa nih, bos? Mekanik. Cutscene.
Looks like we've reached the end.
This is the place. Should not be any other hidden spaces in the vicinity.
The path sure had some twists and turns, but it turns out that this place isn't actually that big.
Apa nih? Ada jalan rahasia. Oh, ada story. Ada Furina nih.
Slates? It seems like they were put here as an offering. Could we take them down and have a look?
Perhaps we should just leave them be for now.
There are 4 locations in total, but only 3 stone slates.
Ada
The
slot
slate
yang
that
kosong.
should be in the first empty spot is missing.
The surrounding walls also show signs of damage.
Kayaknya sengaja dirusak
There's
biar alur
something
ceritanya
written
nggak kelihatan.
Let Paimon see. Reason dictates that this nation be destroyed. I shall record the history of its
Ada tulisan
future
bahwa
here
coba
in its past.
bangsa ini memang sudah selayaknya
Say
dihancurkan.
what?
Aku akan mengabadikan sejarah masa depannya di masa lalunya.
Feels like someone left these slates and these words here for a purpose. You mean
That would fit the circumstances dictated by the prophecy, yes.
There's a person kneeling here. Seems so dedicated.
Dia
And there's a
menghadap
whole bunch of
ke
other
arah
people behind her doing the
pulau di
same.
langit.
She's facing this.
Kok pulau langitnya
What is
berpetir-petir
this? Some kind of island in the
kayak
sky?
pulau di... Nah, ini antara pulau di Inazuma atau pulau yang berpetir ini Celestia. Ada orang yang berlutut. Dia kusyuk banget. Terus ada banyak orang ngelakuin hal yang sama di belakangnya. Dia menghadap ke arah atas. Antara pulau yang ada listrik-listriknya, monster boss listrik itu di Nazuma, atau ini Celestia.
That
Gambar
Lady
yang ketiga,
Furina in the
Furina.
third image?
Archon
Did the
Hydro
Hydro
jatuh ke
Archon fall
air.
into the water?
And is that a ring of people around her?
The fourth image. I know this one. This exactly matches the content.
The people will all be dissolved into the waters. Only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping
Dan mereka
on a
akan larut
throne.
ke air, menyisakan Archon Hydro sebatang kara, menangis terseduh di atas tahtanya. Sepertinya cerita ini dibalik deh. Jawaban dari cerita ini ada di tablet nomor 1, tapi udah hancur. Ada yang sengaja ngancurin.
More information should be hidden in these slates. I fear I cannot easily uncover it. It's likely due to us.
Don't blame yourself, Monsieur Nervalette. Deciphering ancient stones.
Ooh, the Paimon's getting the chills. Just look. This says that it's the history of the future, right? That means.
Really?
Still, Paimon feels like these.
Kemana tablet pertama ya? Masalahnya ada di urutan gambar yang ketiga dan keempat.
That's right. If the images are in chronological order, shouldn't the fourth, Water's drowning fontaine, come before the third, where the Hydro Archon herself falls into the water?
Oh iya urutannya. Jangan-jangan urutannya itu kan nih ada 4 tablet 1 2 3 4. Jangan-jangan urutannya itu 2 4 3 1.
Yet the order is reversed here.
If we go by timing, Lady Furina only emerges in the third image. That means that the person in the second image might be the previous Hydro Archon.
Egeria, then. I had never met her, but her appearance here does match the previous Archon kneeling before the floating island in the skies, as if confessing a sin.
She herself commit that sin? And if not, why would... Also, I'm still wondering why these ancient stone slates are here at all. Judging from their contents, could this place be the origin of the...
But who would have created these slates and...
Nah, siapa yang bikin, siapa yang nulis?
Seems that any further clues will have to come from Furina.
In that case, there's no time to lose. Anything else to...
Yeah, we better get somewhere safe for now.
Ya betul. Pertanyaan ramalan ini tak akan terjadi atau tidak. Tapi kalau menurut saya pribadi ini tidak akan terjadi. Apa kita harus dokumentasikan ya? Spread dulu ya. Tidak bisa dipakai di domain. Gak bisa dicepret.
Let's split up here.
I'll depart as well. Thanks for your hard work today. Traveler, I will go talk to Furina tomorrow. I'm sure that you're concerned about this matter as well. If you have time, drop by my office.
Are you really gonna...
She has long been...
All right, we'll leave...
I will be careful.
Traveler, Paimon, our safe house...
Welcome back.
Yay! And there's good food too. Simon's already starting to forget what
Paimon
happened.
makan terus.
That voice.
Siapa nih? Mona.
Is that who I think it is?
Huh?
It's you two. What?
Kok ada Mona di sini? Jangan bilang Mona ini penghuni asli Fontaine juga, guys.
Mona?
Soalnya Mona
Seriously, nobody just uses a scry glass whenever they've got time to just see who they'll meet on the road.
Still, we didn't expect to see you here. Wait, you're not a Fontanian,
Nah, kan?
are you, Mona?
baru aja dibahas. Oh, bukan.
Well, I have some business to attend to here, so I booked a hotel in the city. I was just out for a stroll. Why did you think I was from Fontaine, though? Is that because Magistus doesn't sound much like a Mondstadt surname?
Ya kan nih.
Uh,
Mencurigakan.
yeah, let's go with that.
Jangan Mona ini asli Fontaine. Sekarang untuk hindari insiden ramalan banjiran.
Well, I used to have my own surname, which was, well, some other thing. Either way, the old hag told me when she took me as her disciple that the first step to being a great astrologist's pupil was to change. There was nothing for it, really. She really is amazing at astrology, so I changed my name to what it is now according to her wishes. By surprise, however... Nope. Although it is used by us in place of surname.
Wow! Imagine including a boast in your name. Wait, are you...
I reckon so. In any case, I'd give my disciple a name like this as well, if Astromancer Barbeloth Trismegistus.
Astromancer Barbelot Trismegistus.
Whoa, that's a long one. Does it also mean greater?
My name means Mona the Great Astrologist. As for the old hag, hers is, in plain speech, the thrice as great Scholar of the Stars. Just take it as
Thrice as great? So,
I know, right? That's just how she is. She used to call herself Magistus, actually, but when she took me in, she...
talk about excess.
Magistus is thus the calling card of our school, so to speak, which makes it about the same as a surname. It's all right if you don't get it.
That sounds terrible! But anyway, you're not Fontanian, are you, Mona?
Well, I was born in Mondstadt, yes. My parents migrated to Dornmanport, and I traveled with the old hag.
Oh, that's a good thing then. At least we know you won't be dissolved by Fontaine's waters.
Speaking of that, I'm sure you're aware that a bunch of things have happened here in Fontaine, right? There's something ominous about it. Well, the water, I mean. That was the main reason, yes. Just a while back, the Steambird invited me to take part in a panel and speak about the circulation of the prophecy as an astrologist. The invitation was sent quite early on. I don't think anyone...
What do you make of that prophecy, Mona? Just tell us what you think as an astrologist. Your word would go a long way to make things...
What I can tell you is that I'm an astrologist, and that this prophecy concerns the fate of Fontaine. And I'm afraid that this is not something that just anyone can do. If I could do it, you would no longer call... But on the flip side, prophecy is so huge and powerful. It must surely come from a powerful visionary.
Visionary? Sounds really powerful and all, but does such a person really...
Of course. The old hag could do it, and I'd bet there are others amongst those. All right.
Thanks, Mona. You're amazing as always.
Oh, well, this is some...
That's the greatest of astrologists for you. Of all the people we know, you know this stuff.
Indeed. That's the...
Oh, sorry. I came to see what all the commotion was about. If there's anything you need, do not hesitate to inform the Spina di Rosula.
Oh, whoops. Guess we were getting a little too carried away there. Well, I'll go tend to my own business now.
And there she goes, quick as rushing water. And here we are with the Spina guy giving us suspicious looks. Right, but we were able to recruit Mona's help, didn't we? Our Fontanian friends will thank us. Archon's still kind of. But it's time to get up, traveler. We agreed to go.
Kurang satu.
You're here! Finally!
Is something wrong?
Monsieur Nervalette and Lady Furina, they seem to have gotten into a dispute. Please go see for yourself.
Saya tinggal bikin kopi dulu ya guys ya. Bentar aja. 2 menit.
Like I said, I've already explained everything.
And yet the problem has not been properly solved. There is little space for excuses between us. It is not my intention to offend you, but please tell me where you stand. You are the Hydro Archon Focalor, are you not? Look at this. This is a list of the victims from the recent Poisson incident.
You mean they're all...
We did not arrive in time to avert this disaster, and I will not have it happen again. I will say this once more. You must tell me everything you know. Yesterday, I found 3 stone slates in some ancient ruins near Poisson. Do you know anything about those?
Seriously? You're questioning me like this is a court case now. I don't know anything about that. But you found them in some ancient ruins, you say?
That's correct, which is why I came to ask you some questions. There should have been 4 slates, but one of them was missing. The other 3 featured different images that seemed to correlate to the prophecy.
The prophecy?
The second of these slates depicts the previous Hydro Archon Egeria kneeling before a floating island in the sky, as if confessing something. Do you know nothing of this either?
I don't. I've never seen such slates.
I'll ask you again. Do you really have no information regarding the previous Archon? My deciphering of the slates indicates that the Hydro Archon Egeria once had to confess to, or apologize for, a certain sin. If anyone would know about it, it should be you.
All gods don't have the same secrets, you know. She was herself and I'm me. Is it really so strange that I know nothing? I understand your concerns, but I'm sorry. I just don't have anything to tell you.
Forgive me for saying this now, Lady Furina, but I have long known of your various secret investigations into certain matters. There are several indications that you have been investigating the prophecy on the sly. This is not strange in itself, considering that you are the Hydro Archon. But it is strange that you should also claim to not know any of Egeria's secrets, as well as do nothing following your inquiries. You have never been as superficial as you have presented yourself to be, nor are you a fool. And yet, your behavior is very inconsistent.
So you've been watching me all this time, have you? I didn't think you were that type.
You...
Well, since you know about my secret investigations, then you should know I'm actually working to take care of it. There's no point questioning or suspecting me. You're the Eudix, but you're still my subordinate. You should be following my lead. Just trust in me. You're Archon, and do as I say. Never mind whether you can truly convince yourself to or not. It'll all turn out fine. That's all I have to say. We do not discuss this matter again. Oh, the opera's about to start. Toodles!
Aduh, saya ketinggalan cerita nih, guys.
Did Furina not notice us standing by the door? Wonder what's up with her.
I assume you've been outside for a while now?
Oh! You noticed! Seems Furina didn't even realize we were here.
She was in a great panic, though I cannot discern the reason. Our discussion reached impasses time and again. A state still I do not understand. Everyone in her inner circle has noticed that she is hiding some secret. We may have to create a situation in which she will have no choice but to
Dua
speak.
kepribadian, guys.
Oh? Like...
Normally, people will only reveal the truth when standing trial. Perhaps we must have...
But Furina's seen so many trials, and she's really good at dodging questions. How do we make sure...
We will need to consider this thoroughly. Join forces with If at all possible, I would prefer to recuse myself from this affair, but this may be cruel to her. But all Fontaine is in crisis. But who will lend us their aid to...
Nabila.
Well, that's everyone, huh? Speaking of which, it was pretty smart of you to think of hiding here.
My soul was just involved in a disaster, so it's presently devoid of people. That naturally makes it the best choice.
And here you are drinking tea like it's the most natural thing in the world, huh?
That's what families should do. Sit and enjoy a leisurely time together.
It's nice to enjoy tea here, you know? Care for a cup?
Lend me your ears, everyone. Perhaps one of you might like to start us off. What about you, friend?
Me? No, I don't think I can.
How about you, good sir?
I fear that I will cause the mood on this boat to become as somber as it is in court.
Well then, I guess we're lucky we've got a local like me to organize things. Wonderful, the spotlight at last. I guess I'll be facilitating things from here.
That was a little long-winded, don't you think?
Oh, you might be right. Anyway, to cut to the chase, our friend here, the Traveler, has brought us together to discuss something. As for what that is, well, let's start by saying that we'll be pooling our efforts together to create a series of traps.
Oh, how intriguing.
Well, it's just an expression, really. One that I just learned from Chlorand. Used on the spot. So, let's invite her to explain in detail. A round of applause, please.
Huh? Didn't you say that you would be facilitating this?
Oh, come now. Your work doesn't involve much public speaking, right? This is a good chance to practice. You might even pick up some fancy oratory tricks to impress your boss with in the future.
I see. And what does my boss say?
He is glad that you consider him your boss. Do go on.
In that case, do any of you have experience hunting?
Not that I recall.
Bremene and I once used a wooden stick in a basket to catch wild rabbits when we were younger. As for Lynette... Oh, right. You were sick that day, weren't you?
I've also gone diving to catch some fish before. Does that count?
I'm afraid not. You may or may not have heard, but Fontaine once played host to a group known as the Marechaussee Hunters. Though that was their name, they did not hunt animals, but rather various monsters left behind by the ancient dynasty
Raja
of King
Remus siapa
Remus.
lagi Raja Remus?
Today, Fontaine's monster population has already thinned greatly, so the hunters have blended back into society, taking up arms in other lines of work. They even left a unique methodology of hunting in their wake. A trap comprises of the following components: bait, a trigger, and a containment device. Sometimes a lethal implement will also be necessary to deal with the prey. So, if we were to build a trap together, right now, what would you choose to build it with?
For me, I would prefer something basket-shaped. Pigeons and rabbits will see the bait and naturally enter the snare. Our line of work requires a deft hand, and we're some of the best in the industry, so you can count on our techniques.
You used some of those techniques while moving the people of Poisson, didn't you? My subordinates mentioned that you even performed some magic for the bawling children.
Yes, and I even managed to gather some intelligence in the meantime. I'm quite the multitasker if I do say so myself.
I'm afraid I can't claim that as my strong suit. I prefer more stable methods, like placing bait in the water and waiting for the fish to come within reach. That's the kind of method I would count on.
Calm and steady. Exactly the kind of person who would catch loads of fish.
And I can be their assistant.
With discretion, I'm sure.
I'd probably use some sort of mechanical animal. Papa once bought me some small clockwork squirrels, mice, and such. When placed in the forest, they can attract others of their kind. I remember that you liked those too, didn't you?
You did. And that would be a good way to go about it. If they're realistic enough, animals of the same kind will follow them all the way to the trap.
What about you, Monsieur Neuvillette?
I fear I do not have any related experience.
That makes sense. You usually solve problems directly, without the use of any such tricks. But I do have one more question for you, Monsieur. If we were to create a trap now, how would you design it?
Would like for it to be effective, but bring no harm to the prey. A more gentle trap would be ideal.
Kind, as always. However, our intention doesn't necessarily change the containment device and the type of implement we need. If we wanted to kill the prey in one strike, we would need a powerful implement. However, that also goes for prey that must be captured and safely contained.
Wait, why is that?
Only a hunter who's a true expert at subduing their prey can snare it without harming it. The line that divides life and death is often exceedingly thin.
So are we going hunting together?
We
Kayaknya akan
hadn't thought of
diburu
seeing
ini
ourselves as hunters.
Furina deh guys.
It kinda works, but maybe it's still not the best metaphor.
If our means of capturing and dealing with our prey is to put them on trial, then the hunting metaphor is actually quite accurate. But we shall require much more courage than any hunter to judge a god, being whose seat is an exalted.
Oh, so that's what's going on.
Betul nih. Kalian hanya mencari tahu rahasianya. Mencoba mengorek rahasia dewa adalah penistaan yang kurang ajar, namun harus dilakukan agar Fontaine tidak seperti dalam ramalan. Tidak ada pemburu, tidak ada buruan, hanya ada jebakan. Itu saja. Banyaknya dapat achievement nih. Udah achievement udah. Kita di mana nih? Ocean. Nggak ada anu di sini. Apa itu namanya? Hidrokulus. Dari hidrokulus ya. Nggak ada ya. Kurang satu aja lagi hidrokulus.
It's been a tough few days, hasn't it? Paimon didn't think Paimon thought they'd be at least a little frightened. Well, Fremine was, now that Paimon thinks. It's hard to say. After all, you're the most reliable person. Did you just pour some tea? Paimon didn't. Paimon's never seen that cup before.
Don't be frightened. I'm just joining you two for tea.
Siapa nih?
Who's that voice?
Aw, have you forgotten me already?
Mona.
Wait. You are familiar. You're the voice.
The voice from the sky, I feel... You're feeling lost now, just as you were feeling previously. Consider me a passerby, just accepting a commission from my friend's disciple on a whim.
Teman orang lah. Oh. Dimintai tolong sama muridnya temanku. Mona berarti.
The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled.
Then, is there any way we can...
I believe you have witnessed a failed attempt with your own eyes. Can everything in Tevat so easily... So you've... Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, are the things that you shall see different from the fate that the gods...
What is she talking about?
I believe that you understand, right? Some things are ultimately. Fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in... This was good tea, by the way. Thank you.
The voice. Hey, it's you who's getting...
Well, I see I've walked in on some lively banter.
Mona!
Fine, just fine. I went to take part in that. Not all Fontanians are pessimistic about this. One journalist mentioned that sitting around and waiting...
Did she have...
Why, yes, it was Charlotte. I assume you've heard of her. I'm in full...
That's right!
Ah, yes. About what we had discussed before. I did try, but I'm afraid I couldn't reach the old hag. I'll try again tonight, but... Huh? Goodness gracious. Are you serious?
She said that even the god's gaze has blind spots. Pretty bold if you ask
Katanya ada yang
Paimon.
nggak kelihatan sama
Most people
dewa.
would believe the gods to be all-knowing, right?
The Hexen Circle members are certainly anything but ordinary. As for the mage named N, Hag has mentioned her a few times. She said that N's sense of direction, but I've never met her. And if she were still alive, she'd be... well, suffice...
Whoa. The Hexen Circle sounds like a scary group. But they must...
Their abilities alone are pretty terrifying. If she came to see...
Well, it's not like
Suaranya
Paimon
pernah
could
terdengar di
understand anything
Sumeru.
she said.
Yang mana ya? Kok lupa ya?
Yes, she was quite cryptic, but I suspect she means perhaps it is something that you cannot... Traveler, Paimon? Are you two all...
Oh, we're fine. We're just a little down right now.
I see. I guess you could consider me someone who has often witnessed, but even so, I still hope for and believe in miracles. Astrology is eternal and rational, but fate may not be. It is cruel, but it can also be beautiful. Perhaps that's what N was trying to tell you. Not to lose heart, and to believe that what you are seeing playing out before you is not. I did originally think of steering clear of all this, but I couldn't. Even if this is all futile, I still wish to help everyone.
Huh. You do have a point.
There I go. It was worth trying to comfort you. I suppose that might be.
Paimon feels kind of moved by what Mona said. Hey, Traveler. Let's walk around the city, shall we? A few spots we always like to walk by. Huh? Let Paimon see! The underwater stronghold, the Fortress of Meripede, has continued. My recent attempts to enter the fortress bore little fruit. Thus, did an Outlander friend become the focus of this report. A blonde adventurer with their white fairy legends trailing in their wake. It is said that this mysterious traveler once visited the underwater fortress.
Dan Peri berambut
So while the fortress's interior remains a mystery behind closed doors, do not fear. Journalist Charlotte's biggest scoop yet. The traveler's Charlotte took so many awesome photos of. She hasn't been able to get a hold of anything at the fort. Ugh, seriously? Well, fine. Those headlines and photos do.
Take it easy.
Hah? Ada 2 quest. Questnya nabrak. Apa nih quest dunia nih? Biasanya yang bisa trigger langsung itu ke sini ya. Apa lagi nih? Oh iya nih quest dunia nih. Aku malah nyantol sampai ke sini. Silakan dicek hipotesis benang benar seperti apa. Oh, amplop betul. Oke. Tentang apa sih pembunuhan? Nambah dong. Jadi 40. Luar biasa. Oke, kita kembali ke quest Archonnya ya. Jadi ada 2, lumayan lah. Ya, anggap saja tadi sebagai opening untuk quest dunia yang akan segera kita selesaikan. Kalau quest dunia kayaknya bisa di next video guys. Soalnya biasanya quest dunia ini lebih lama. Nah, botolnya ada sama nih. Kue terbatas cuma dijual 16 potong dalam sehari.
It was so delicious the last time we tried it. One slice of cake, please.
Someone showed up after all. Oh, wait, you're the one from the Palais Mermonia.
Oh, are you here to buy cake too?
Wait,
That's right. Even he has his own preferences.
do you come here often?
Dia suka kesini.
Usually every day.
Tadi ada permasalahan saling
It's
tuduh.
part of my daily schedule, apart from work.
Then what if someone told?
But why would it?
Well,
Oh, the No, it's this.
Huh.
Don't be sad.
Masalah
Excuse me, could I have
botol.
2 more? These 2 slices are for you.
Anjing.
Oh, you know, see,
I sure do. She said that I've got something else to do, so
and there she goes. All right, let's dig in. It's more delicious. It would be nice if we could always eat.
Atas. Nah, untung tadi sempat di apa ya? Questnya dibersihkan dulu tadi triggernya.
Have you seen
Kalau
the
nggak
article I
nabrak
wrote
ya.
about you?
You got some nerve. You just used us to make some quick.
Oh, you needn't. It's all right though.
Really?
You're
Paimon.
still what bring?
A friend of ours met.
So she mentioned.
She said that you're. Huh?
Oh, of course it doesn't. That was more.
Yeah.
Why not?
Oh.
Oh, so that's a yes. Splendid.
Wait, Charlotte. Paimon's still got a question
Charlotte.
for you.
And what's that?
If you're serious, from what I've seen, so in all likelihood, I'd probably still be prepping. Just think about it. If this nation, and then do you know what I'd do? Well, I'd write. I'm not a dreamer, but anyway.
That's So, anyway, let's go and take a look at the sea, shall we?
Mana lagi ke laut? Jangan sampai nabrak ke pelabuhan yang tadi ya.
The sea breeze and scenery can be
Enggak.
a pretty... Simon's been thinking. If it wasn't fun to... No, but... Always been moving to the next destination. You mean... Still traveling? Huh.
Quest Archonnya lumayan ya, lumayan lama ya. Tapi nggak apa-apa, ini juga salah satu dari ritualnya guys. Kalau mau mendapatkan hero yang kita inginkan, quest Archon harus diselesaikan dan quest karakternya
So
juga
the two of you
guys.
are still here.
Oh, you're from the Palais...
Yes,
Jadi
I'm Isadora.
kita akan gas
Not at all. Yes.
A riot?
Well,
quest
that
Archon dan
lady Furry
quest
loudly accusing
karakternya.
Anne before the crowd continued.
Baru
So
langsung kita
people-
I
gacha.
agree.
Soalnya
So
kalau
what
nggak
happened after
gitu,
that?
Seeing that the situation, the Marsha say,
presentasi
So,
keberhasilannya
that's
itu
right. That
menurun.
said, I don't think there's good.
Menurut teorinya
Don't
seperti itu.
worry, this is...
Is that...
Nanti kita coba saja ya guys ya.
Well, sounds like we should hurry over to Poisson then. If we know for and as we... When Nervalet was... It would be hard... Hyman thinks... Huh. Well, what do you think? In that case, it...
Temui Furina. Nah, kita akan ketemu Furina.
This place looks deserted. Guess all the survivors must have evacuated already. All that's left here are signs of devastation. Could Furina really be here? Let's try to find her as soon as possible.
Ada Furina di bawah.
That's Furina, right over there.
Yang bersuara. Kita lihat.
Should I just give up? What was meant to happen did happen after all. Everyone's dead.
Semua orang harus
I'm
mati.
sorry. I'm so sorry.
Minta maaf ke siapa dia ya? Menyerah
up,
saja
Furina.
tidak bertahan juga
There's no-
percuma. Bertahan dari apa?
I'm sorry.
Menyerah dari
What can I
apa?
even do other than to repeat meaningless
Selain mengulangi
apologies
permintaan maaf
over
yang
and
tidak ada
over?
artinya. Furina,
Who's that?
kan
Don't
bersedih.
worry, Furina, it's just us.
So it is you, blonde traveler from another land. Why, I almost thought.
Furina, you were crying just now, weren't you?
What do you mean, tear stains? Who did that uncivilized rabble think they were? Disturbed? They even dare to tout their Archon! I must teach them a lesson. Oh, and I'm sure Nouvellette and those people from the Marsh Chaussee Phantom are freaking out right next to them.
Hey, there she is! The Hydro Archon's over there! Quick, after her!
Furina, those people seem to be after you.
They are? They're just some rabid fan. That's against the rule.
Kabur kemana?
Furina just ran off. Quick, we have to
Sepertinya ini adalah salah satu bagian dari jebakan yang dirancang mereka kayaknya guys. Memancing Furina.
Can't be the place, right? Hey, Furina! There's a good hiding spot over here. Quick, come to Paimon before the rest of...
What?
Hurry, they're almost here!
Fine. I suppose haste is warranted.
Ah iya nih, ini tempat jebakannya nih. Apa? Mau cutscene kah?
No, I mean, I merely gave in to the sheer enthusiasm they displayed. You're right.
Yep, that.
What's happening? The ground's shaking. Is it an earthquake?
Yeah, a quake of this kind preceded the flooding in Poisson, didn't it?
It can't be. It's happening again.
Kayaknya dia tahu
Well, there's no
masalahnya.
need to worry too much about that. Novelette's made some emergency plans, so...
Yeah. I hope that the people of Poisson, they've already... It's true. I've been investigating the prophecy for hundreds of years.
Kamu udah mendapatkan
I
jawaban,
once
guys, ya.
had informants all over Tevat, searching for clues and feeding information back to me. Tried all kinds of ways, too, to hold back the sea. Anything to keep the coastline from advancing, but all my efforts proved to be futile in the end. We cannot make an enemy of the divine. No matter what we do, the will of the heavenly
Prinsip
principles
langit
will
lagi.
have its way. Give up. I do love the sound of that indeed. I've thought about giving up so many. Fate is really unreasonable, isn't it? It has no heart, but just now, it all became clear to me. As long as the final moment hasn't come, don't worry. I will... Well, that's enough for
Pertanyaannya ini
now.
ramalannya ini dari
I got
mana,
the
guys?
impulse to play the stricken maiden, but honestly, don't take any of what I just said seriously. How could I possibly let Fontaine fall?
Come on! Paimon could have sworn you were actually being on...
Share my burden. That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty. Witness. Yes, I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes.
Dari luar
In other
angkasa.
words, you never belonged. And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just...
Cutscene.
I...
Tiba-tiba ada di panggung ya, guys ya.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes my opening performance. Now, without further ado, we may proceed to the trial of our god.
So, this is what it is. Do not forget, however, that I am Fosalor, the god of justice, the embodiment of justice itself. Does it not...
May I interpret these words as your refusal to stand in that case? You will have the opportunity to defend your honor through a duel.
You would draw your blade against God? I see. It seems like you have made up your mind.
Berbelit-belit nih Furina nih.
I can't believe it!
What's going on?
Wow. Oh, utterly.
Lady Furina, what is...
Shh. It would seem that there has been a misunderstanding. To be
Looking for excuse.
I raised my hands just now to indicate my... I will admit that I've been running... I'm sorry, everyone. I was unable to You are not the only ones to be disappointed in me. But now, it is time for the Hydro... I, Furina, will use this trial to show the world the true meaning of justice! This time, I applaud and rejoice. One of the most outrageous and fantastical arcs known to the opera epiclese is now unfolding before your eyes. Mark my words. This shall be one of the most exhilarating and brilliant shows ever to grace the stage of Fontaine. The trial of the Hydro Archon, Focalor, will now begin!
Woohoo! Nonton yang bersama.
Now we're
Why does it feel like Furina just took over the whole thing? Like, come on! Didn't she just get forced to stand trial for her crimes? Also, even though she's still acting super dramatic, she is taking this seriously this time, right?
All right, then. Who will be my opponent in this trial?
The court asks the prosecutor to please take the stand.
Is that so? Very well. Then please speak, witness of Tivat, my accuser and fated opponent.
Oke, kita akan kalahkan Furina di pengadilan. Kalau hanya beradu hipotesis, kita bisa ya.
Please allow me to ask, as a final question before the trial begins. Just how much work did you do to force me onto the...
Well, we did do a lot of prep after the meeting that day.
I can go over the tasks assigned to the Spina di Rosula, since they were rather straightforward and easy.
Navia, the president of...
Most of the people who participated in the disturbance this morning were my subordinates. They changed into plain clothes and came to the Opera House as regular audience members, waiting for the people's resentment against their Archon has been building as more and more of the prophecy is fulfilled. Moreover, according to our so we arranged for us.
So, you mean... the ones...
And their goal was to force you to step into the giant magic box so you may personally...
That's right. That house was a magic box, rather...
As the super ultimate version of the setup that I used when I first performed at the volume of the box was increased by a whole order of magnitude. And the distance it traversed was the entire gap between Poisson and Erinnyes. Its cargo, of course, was an Archon instead of a human. My thanks, Furina. Without your help, we could never have pulled off such an extraordinary performance. Of course, this performance was only made possible with Father's support. The House of the Hearth spent a massive amount of labor in Mora to pull this off. We had to select a location, construct the giant magic box, dig a tunnel, and open up a path through the water. It was a lot of work for all of us.
So, in other words, the earthquake that we felt within...
That's right. It wasn't a sign of another disaster to...
Then, I can guess Nervilette and you gathered a crowd, prepared a stage, and made sure that also that as soon as I appeared on the stage, the
Yes, that is correct.
Well, Clorand, I must commend you for your courage. Only... As for you, Traveler, you'd make sure that I didn't notice anything amiss before revealing yourself as my prosecutor once we'd arrived. Oh?
Tugasku adalah harapannya bisa membuatmu menceritakan
It's fine. The stage is already set, so there's no reason to disappoint the audience. Let's see this trial through.
Madam Prosecutor, please allow me to pass this along. This is a document that Miss Charlotte applied for and received permission to share with you during the...
Charlotte wanted to give us something? Oh, so she's here too! Hey, Charlotte! Oh, let Paimon see. Wait. And that, so in other words, we can refer to this. Let's quickly confirm the information in it. Just think of it as a refresher, alright?
You defeated the Hydro Archon in the... I didn't think that this is the first time Monsieur Nervillet had a difference of opinion with the of Fatui, the fortress of Merib. According to Monsieur Nervillet, the words of someone as extraordinary as a witch can...
The prosecution and the defense are both in position. The trial shall now begin.
Okay.
Oh, come, just fast forward, of course.
Mari
It is
kita
only
kalahkan.
natural. That's true. But my charge here is unrelated to your conduct as an Archon. Instead, I would like to charge you as a fraud who has never been the Archon in the first place.
Wait, what was that? Lady Furina's a fraud?
MC-nya ngomong, guys.
Hey,
Udah lama nggak dengar MC-nya ngomong.
try the Hydro Archon forsaking her duty.
Iya, dia memang bukan Archon
I hear that
Hydro
right?
beneran.
She's not our Archon at all?
Charge accepted. Lady Furina, do you plead guilty to the charge?
Ayo jawab.
Lady Furina.
I plead not guilty. How can I be guilty? There is no way that I, Focalor, otherwise known as Furina de Fontaine, a member of the Seven and the Regina of all waters, kindreds, peoples, and laws of Fontaine, could be anything other than your true Archon.
Yeah. Even though Lady Furina can be rather eccentric, isn't it going too far to doubt her very identity?
Yeah, I've never questioned her identity either. Sure, Lady Furina can be super irresponsible, but what grounds does that prosecutor have to make such a huge claim?
I have cause to believe that common sense will prevail in this case. Many of the members of the audience have known me as the Hydro Archon ever since they were born. There would be no fooling their memory. See? Even the Oratrice has decided to show me its favor. Are you sure you want to commit to a charge that will never be upheld? If you wish to drop the case, I can promise you as the God of Justice that you will not have to face trial for making a false accusation. We will treat everything that's happened as a dramatic spectacle and move on with our lives. What do you say to that?
An argument with near impossible odds, huh? Have to not only refute Furina's claims, but also...
Well, I tried to give you the chance to surrender. If you must persist, then let me ask. If you believe I'm not the Archon, then what manner of being do you think I am? And if I was not the Archon, then how did I manage to live for over 500 years?
Apa yang spesial deh? Ini?
That doesn't sound right.
Bukan. Dia mengungkapkan bahwa dia sudah menghampiri Furina sendiri dan dia yakin bahwa Furina bukan Archon sebenarnya. Dan bahkan ada kemungkinan dia terkena semacam kutukan. Yang dicari apa penyebab dia spesial. Kayaknya ini deh.
First of all, you may be a member of another
Ras yang diberikan umur
long-lived
panjang.
race, which would allow you to naturally possess an extended lifespan. And second of all, even if that wasn't the...
Who gave you that idea? Was it the knave? You'd sink so low as to use a harbinger's words against
A curse? I once thought it possible that the aura of an Archon might naturally resemble a type of curse. But in light of
Ya,
this
kayaknya
claim,
dikutuk, kena
perhaps what
kutukan
I
ini,
sensed was
makanya
no
dia
true divinity.
berumur panjang.
A curse after all.
You sensed it too, huh, Nervalet?
Kamu ini cuma manusia biasa yang terkena kutukan.
Lady Furina is actually a human?
Well, it is true that it's extremely difficult to tell humans and gods apart just by looking at them. It's not impossible.
Kalahkan dia di persidangan.
Well, don't start celebrating too early now. Even if I have been carrying a curse like you said, how does that prove that I am merely a human being? Besides, everyone knows that the main difference between a human and a god is the possession of authority. Gods can do what humans cannot. That's why they're worshipped as gods. For centuries, manifestations of my authority have served the nation of Fontaine. One need only to turn their eyes towards the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal in this very opera house, or consider the indemnitium that is used in every aspect of life.
Nah, kita cari petunjuk berikutnya. Dia tidak bisa mengendalikan tidak bisa mengendalikan penghakiman. Kayaknya ini deh, walaupun New Village percaya bahwa Hilde tidak bersalah, tapi Ortekel malah memutuskan bahwa dia bersalah dan bahkan Furina sendiri tidak tahu penyebabnya. Kayaknya ini.
You tried to reference the Oratrice. But weren't you as confused as all the rest of us when the Oratrice declared Child to be guilty without any proof? Otherwise,
didn't I make myself clear at the time? The decisions of the gods are naturally...
Lady Furina, I believe a reminder of your current circumstances while the court is in session. The principles of justice and the law must come before all else. While you are an Archon, you will prove yourself unable to defend against the prosecution's charges if you continue to withhold vital information against...
I never thought... you'd...
That was no trick of rhetoric, Lady Furina. I've merely reiterated the rules of the court.
So, you neither knew why Child was declared guilty, nor did you understand the structure and operations of the Oratrice.
Terus Archon sebenarnya siapa, guys?
The manifestations of authority you
Soalnya New
mentioned has
Village
been
sudah
made
pernah
by
berkata
the real
kalau dia itu bukan
Hydro
Archon,
haven't they?
tapi dia adalah Dewa
The real Hydro
Dewa.
Archon.
Naga Hydro.
Well, now you're really
Karena
losing me.
Naga Hydro
It
dan
is
Archon
true
Hydro
that
itu
I did
adalah
not
dua
know
hal yang
why the
berbeda, guys.
Oratrice gave out a guilty verdict that day. But the Oratrice handed out that verdict unilaterally, and it has been operating independently ever since it was first created. You can't argue that just because a divine creation is flawed, that the god behind it must also be no god at all.
Adalah Archon
She's still
Hydro.
throwing out all kinds of excuses. Seems like she's confident that we won't be able to produce proof that she has no power over the Oratrice.
My power as an Archon. There are many ordinary citizens in the audience. How can I just carelessly demonstrate the formidable power of an Archon?
If that poses a concern, I'm prepared to extend my protection to the audience.
Tanpa alasan itu yang pertama.
You don't need to go that far.
Terus Childe tanpa memegang vision, dia tetap bisa bertarung, guys. Jangan-jangan Childe adalah Archon Hydro yang sebenarnya.
Is it that you can't even wield the power of Hydro, much less the authority of a god?
Indemnitium! Yes! It's all because of Indemnitium! All Archons derive their power from the faith of the people, and I've converted the people's faith in justice into Indemnitium! Thus did I give up all of my divine power to provide everyone with energy for their
Banyak
daily
omong
lives.
Furinanya disuruh
Have you
nunjukin
ever
kekuatannya
seen
nggak
a
mau.
more
Isn't that?
Yeah, no matter how generous an Archon can be, how could they give up all their power? Can a god with no power even still be called
Tuh,
a
apa
god?
dewa yang tidak punya kekuatan masih pantas disebut dewa? Yo, satu kali
Seems like
lagi dia akan
nobody's
kalah.
buying Furina's excuse.
Hey, come now, everyone. Please, I'm still the same Furina you knew, right? The one that, please.
If what the prosecutor said is true, she really has committed a...
Did she deceive all of us? And all of our parents and... Enough! That's enough. Tell me then, if I'm not the real Hydro Archon, then
Archon
who
Hydro
is?
sebenarnya adalah Cilde.
If you have no evidence of another Hydro Archon's existence, nor can you find anyone who can back up their claim to be such, then what grounds have you to say that I'm not actually the real deal?
Wow, she came up with yet another argument. How can we refute her now? Like she really doesn't want to give up.
Kalau tidak bisa membuktikan bahwa dia bukan Archon, ya tinggal buktikan saja bahwa dia cuma manusia. Kasus pembunuhan terjadi di pertunjukan. Yang pertama di gedung opera, walaupun tertuduh atas mereka sudah dibersihkan, namun identitas mereka terungkap. Bukan deh. Ternyata orang Fontaine bisa larut oleh air dari larutan primordial selama bertahun-tahun. Panzer menculik dan melarutkan banyak gadis muda demi eksperimen untuk mencoba mencari cara mengembalikan istrinya yang larut dari air. Pintu masuk lautan primordial disegel di bawah zona terlarang benteng. Bukan. Saat menjalani runtahan persaingan jatuh. Bukan, kayaknya bukan deh. Kayaknya semoga benar.
It has been established that all Fontaine dissolve in water from the primordial sea. And that means...
Since you insist on claiming to be a god and not a human, then there's a method that you can use right here and now to eliminate all suspicions of you being the latter.
Miss Navia, please apply to serve as a temporary attorney for the prosecution before addressing the court. Though you act in partnership with the prosecutor, you must still adhere to proper procedure.
Super sorry, Monsieur Chief Justice. I swear that now. I've brought some seawater from Poisson. As everyone knows, a massive flood struck the area not long ago. Many lives, including those of some... So, Furina, would you dare to touch some of... If we are to believe that you are indeed the real Hydro Archon, touching the seawater would have no effect on you. But if you don't dare to touch it, then we would have basically proved the reverse. Oh, and I must remind you that after the disaster at Poisson, nobody wants to see any more people. I do hope you'll act prudently and choose the simpler path of...
Navia from the Spina di Rosula. Spina has governed Poisson for many years.
If Lady Furina is indeed just a human, she's probably Fontainian like all the rest of us. Would she really dare to...
Nah. Mari kita lihat bersama-sama.
Lady Furina, this test has been unilaterally proposed by the prosecution. As it falls outside the realm of standard court proceedings, you possess the right to decline participation.
Well, of course he had to tell her that. But refusing to participate is basically the same as a confession of guilt.
She's just staring at the water without saying a single word. It does seem like she's quite terrified of it. That could only mean...
Is she really planning to... It's not what we thought she would...
Due to the inherent risk of the test, Lady Furina, you may...
Tidak terjadi apa-apa.
I'm fine! Look at me, everyone! My hand is still here! I haven't been dissolved! Will you believe me now? I really am your Archon! I'm nothing like a normal human who would fall apart as soon as they touch this water! Really, was this not the most obvious thing in the world?
Miss Siegewin? If you are present, Miss Siegewin, please come forward and attend to the defendant.
Siegewin?
Don't be nervous. It'll just take a few seconds. See? That should be enough.
Please announce the results of your evaluation to the court, Miss Siegewin.
As everyone doubtlessly saw, Miss Furina was displaying symptoms of hyperventilation and flushed skin. These indicate that she was experiencing the adverse effects of exposure to primordial seawater. The extent to which she was affected is the same as other humans when exposed to primordial seawater of a similar concentration.
Thank you, Miss Siegewin. Lady Furina may return to the defendant's stand.
Oh wait, what did she just say? I didn't get dissolved! Shouldn't that be enough to prove my innocence?
Well, considering your tendency to run from your
Gini,
problems,
kenapa
we did
teorinya
originally
Cilde
prepare a
yang
direct
saya
sample
rasa
of the
dari
seawater around
Archonnya,
Poisson. However, after
satu,
extensive discussion, we exchanged it for a
Cilde
sample that is
tidak
not
larut
concentrated
di
enough to
lautan
dissolve an
primordial.
actual
Kalau kalian
human.
masih ingat,
After all,
dia
on the
larut
off chance
di
that something
air
entirely
primordial terus melihat ikan paus.
unexpected might occur,
Nah, ikan paus itu
we
adalah
don't want
bos,
anyone else to lose their life
world
to the
boss.
sea.
Dan world boss itu yang mengamuk
So
di
out of
lautan
regard for
primordial.
Furina's life, you
Tandanya,
secured a
kalau
low
dia,
concentration
Cilde melihat
sample and asked the head
paus
nurse
itu
to
berarti
serve as an expert
Cilde ada di laut
It's a
primordial.
great thing that the direct
Dan
sample
Cilde
wasn't
tidak
actually
kenapa-napa,
used. Furina could
bahkan
have...
tidak membawa visionnya.
I can't believe you. Listen to me, everyone. Please don't give me such cold and disdainful looks. What happened just now didn't prove
Dia
a
nggak mau
single
ngaku kalau dia
thing.
bukan Archon.
Think about it. How can you conclusively prove that an Archon can't also be affected by the primordial seawater?
Archon pasti kebal dan air primordial.
If I was really just a human, why would I dare to just put my hand in that kind of water? Please, everyone, anyone, just listen to me. I swear, I really am your Archon.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. The odds are just too stacked against her now.
With all the things that have been said, Simon doesn't think there's any way left for Furina to win.
I believe the time for arguments and presentation of evidence has come to an end. There are no objections. We will move on to the final judgment.
Kenapa dia tidak mau mengakuinya?
In my capacity as Chief Justice, I shall now render judgment on Furina's misrepresentation of herself as the Archon of Fontaine. As a human who knowingly deceived her fellow citizens, Furina is guilty. We shall now turn to the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale to render the final verdict on the charges. According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale, Furina is...
Kenapa nih?
What's wrong? What's the Oratrice's verdict?
No. The Oratrice also displays a guilty verdict.
Artikel juga memutuskan bahwa dia bersalah.
However, the exact wording of the verdict is thus. The Hydro Archon, guilty to be punished via the death sentence.
The death sentence?
That's actually one of the available sentences? I thought that it was just a myth.
The one and only time the death sentence has been handed out at the court. It's been given to the very person we've worshipped as the god of justice? What an unexpected twist.
Furina's been sentenced to death by the Oratrice? We just wanted to use the trial to show her the seriousness of things so she'd tell us the truth. How did things escalate this quickly?
This outcome is indeed quite strange. According to Fontaine's current definitions of justice, well as its recommendations for criminal sentences, is this sentence really appropriate for the crimes that have been committed?
Yeah, but Fauché wasn't sentenced to death by the Oratrice. You know, the real evil mastermind behind the serial disappearance.
Indeed. Not only is Furina's sentence overly excessive, the very point of our trial today was also to prove that Furina has never been the Hydro Archon in the first place. But now, the Oratrice seems to have deliberately invoked the title of the Hydro Archon. What does this mean?
Jangan-jangan musim ini ada yang ngontrol, guys. Apakah orang-orang patuh?
Excuse me, if I may interrupt. Is the trial still going?
Fremine! Oh, you finally made it. I assume this means you've completed your mission?
Mm-hmm. Any mission Father assigns to me will always be top priority.
Menarik. Tablet batunya dapat.
Is that the first prophecy slate? Huh. So the knave privately arranged for Fremine to try and find the missing slate.
I looked everywhere and finally found it at the bottom of the sea. It took me a long time to get around some dangerous stretches of water. But has the trial already concluded? Then, doesn't that mean I've...
Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Fremine. Please allow me to review the record left on the slate. Traveler, I believe that you have already seen the other existing slates. We'd like you to come here and confirm their contents.
Penafsirannya seperti apa nih?
So what do you see? What is it?
Archon Hydro terdahulu sedang mengarahkan kekuatannya. Para Oceanid berubah jadi manusia. Jangan-jangan para Oceanid awal sebelum, jangan-jangan awal mulanya Fontaine ini Oceanid semua. Terus Archon Hydro mengubahnya menjadi manusia. Tapi jika mereka terkena air primordial, maka akan kembali ke wujud Oceanidnya lagi.
I believe I've now made sense of the Hydro Archon's crime. It has to do with Fontaine's lost history.
Isn't the Hydro Archon just guilty of deceiving her people? Oh, wait, no, that's Furina. Already proven that she's not the Hydro Archon. So when you say Hydro Archon, you mean the real Hydro Archon we've been kind of talking about?
In truth, everything that you've encountered in Fontaine up until this point can be traced back to the contents of these stone slates. However, I'm uncertain as to how much sense they currently make to you.
Okay, let's try to recall the contents of the other 3 stone slates. Emma will do her best to help you remember.
Pilih satu untuk melihat deskripsi di gambar tablet.
slate describes what you just said. Seems to show the previous Hydro Archon using her divine power, and then the Oceanids turn into humans.
Iya.
That mean that
Iya, kayaknya itu.
Oceanids? Oh, Paimon wasn't expecting that. But if Oceanids can turn
Berarti kan
into
ada
humans,
kemungkinan Oceanid,
perhaps this
orang-orang yang
process
sudah
can be
larut,
reversed as well.
itu bisa kembali lagi menjadi manusia. Tapi hanya Archon Hydro yang bisa melakukannya.
The second stone slate shows Celestia floating in the sky, and the Hydro Archon and her people worshipping it together. But the heavens still brought judgment down upon them. Must be the point when the Hydro Archon and the Fontanians were branded with their original sin. The third slate shows the Hydro Archon sinking into the sea surrounded by many people. That reminds Paimon, didn't we also... Well, the fourth slate is the prophecy the Fontanians of talking about. People dissolving into the sea, the Hydro Archon. We didn't believe that such a crazy disaster could happen at first, did we? But after that incident, it was just a question...
Tablet itu menunjukkan ramalan yang menjelaskan sejarah masa depan. Bagian pertama yang hilang menggambarkan Archon Hydro menggunakan kekuatannya untuk mengubah Syarat. Buktikan kebenaran. Ini.
We know from the case of the serial disappearances of young women that Fontanians can be dissolved in primordial seawater. And the first stone slate tells us that long ago the Hydro Archon used her power to turn Oceanids into humans. Might be the reason that Fontanians can dissolve.
Betul. Yang kedua, menggambarkan nah, benar kan tebakan tadi Celestia ini. Menggambarkan Celestia yang melayang di udara, lalu Archon Hydro dan para pengikutnya memujanya bersama-sama, tapi langit masih tetap menjatuhkan hukuman pada mereka. Dia yakin ramalan itu akan terjadi, tapi kamu tidak boleh menyerah begitu saja. Disegel di bawah zona terlarang di benteng. Ini deh kayaknya. Oh salah. Ini. Oh bukan. Ini berarti.
Perhaps what is about to take place has all happened before. The true sin of the Hydro Archon that Nervilette mentioned, and the original sin cast down on the people of Fontaine by Celestia as recorded on the stone slates.
Dosa sebelumnya ya. Tablet batu runtuhan menggambarkan Archon Hydro yang ditenggelam ke dalam laut dikelilingi banyak orang. Sama kayak Cilde ini. Salah. Larutan menembus ini. Bukan juga. Oh ini kayaknya.
It's not as simple as falling into the sea. When Navia fell into the sea, her consciousness was subjected to judgment. The stone slate show the people gathered around the Hydro Archon in the sea.
Ya, waktu itu dia kayak berhalusinasi ada di persidangan. Dikelilingi oleh Oceanid. Nah, berarti ini menggambarkan pemandangan yang sama dengan yang dijelaskan dalam ramalan yang beredar di Fontaine. Orang Fontaine akan larut dalam air laut. Lalu Archon Hydro akan duduk di tahta seorang diri sambil menangis.
The prophecy from the stone slates found its way into society. Not many people believed it at first. The fortress of Meropide was nearly flooded with primordial seawater, which we know can cause Fontanians to dissolve. seems increasingly likely that the prophecy may come true. If we hadn't dealt with it in time, things could have gone very badly.
They'll dissolve into the primordial sea but won't cease to exist. Their essence will flow in the seawater.
Bukan meletus sih, sebenarnya kembali menjadi wujud Oceanid lagi. Mereka larut ke primordial.
The Hydro Archon was sentenced to death in court, shocking everyone present. Navia fell into the water inside those ruins, and she nearly dissolved. She was surrounded by the people of Poisson in a court within her consciousness, and was forced to take part in a... The eruption of the primordial sea at the fortress of Meripede was the surest... Prophecy's contents all be verified by recent events.
Kan berhasil.
Oh, Paimon gets it now! So that's how you can make sense of it! But then it feels like...
Let's hear them.
Bahwa penduduk planet sebenarnya bukan manusia.
Incredible. Linny, did you hear that?
We're not real humans.
All Fontanians were originally created by the late previous Hydro Archon,
Betul kan
with
dugaannya.
Oceanids as their basis. The evidence for that can be found in how only Fontanians could dissolve in primordial seawater, and how all the girls Vache dissolved were also turned into Oceanids. Oh, and according to Navia, when she was about to get dissolved, also saw everyone gathered around for a trial, all of them in the shape...
Indeed.
Oh, pelanggarannya Archon terdahulu ini berarti karena menciptakan manusia dari Oceanid.
Yeah, and it follows from the content of the first slate that she probably angered Celestia by creating humans without prior permission.
Karena Archon terdahulu
Explain why
menciptakan
the
manusia.
Origins judged the Hydro Archon to be guilty. It's to account for that ancient sin.
Hydro Archon's true sin was creating us?
And yet, after many hundreds of years, the Hydro Archon's creations have turned around to try to judge the Archon within the Opera Epiclese. The twists of history are often the most
Yeah, isn't the image here just like when Navia fell into the sea? So wouldn't it be trying to show the image of the Hydro Archon also falling into the sea once the prophecy has been fulfilled in the fourth slate? In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain weeping on her throne. Oh, did Paimon get all that right?
Kenapa katanya ramalannya
You've made some keen
warga
deductions.
Fontaine harus
I must say,
tenggelam
given how much you still don't know, it is
dan harus
impressive that you've already managed to
sebutannya
connect
mati,
so many
tapi dia
pieces
sebenarnya
of the
mereka
truth.
berubah ke
However,
Oceanid semua
while you were able to decode all the
agar
information on the
hukuman dari
slates,
Celestia tetap
they've also been
terlaksana
etched
bahwa
with an
tidak boleh
additional layer of
membangkitkan
hidden
manusia
information using a
dari
different power
Oceanid.
source. When we were at the ruins, I tried
Jadi
to
niat
decipher the
dari
hidden information
Celestia
recorded in the slates.
menginginkan
But since
orang-orang
we
yang ada
only
di
had
Fontaine
3 slates
kembali
at the
menjadi
time,
Oceanid
I was
lagi.
unable to come to a full conclusion. Now that the slate collection is complete, I shall make another attempt to decipher the narrative recorded within. If everything goes well, we should finally be informed of the unadulterated. I believe I should share this truth not only with you, but with all the people of Fontaine as well. I will try to briefly summarize it for you.
Oke, ini rangkumannya.
Your hypotheses regarding the origin of Fontanians and the sin of the Hydro Archon were both correct. In the Fontaine of old, previous Hydro Archon sensed the yearning of her Oceanid familiars for life on land. The Oceanids were enamored with the beauty and romanticism of human beings. Wishing to have those experiences for themselves, expressed to the Hydro Archon their desire to become of a similar kind. However, even though water as an element is intricately linked with the power of life, the Hydro Archon, as one of the seven, did not possess the authority to create a new form of human life. Not one to give in, she eventually found a way to create permanent humanoid bodies for her familiars by appropriating the power of this planet's primordial sea. She poured primordial seawater into the Oceanid's blood vessels, creating humanoid mimics in the process. But if Fontanians were to ever come into direct contact with water from the primordial sea, the power within their bodies would escape these artificial restraints and return to the sea. As a result, their forms would collapse, and they would be reverted to their original forms as Oceanids. Of course, the Hydro Archon never received permission from the heavenly principles to create a new human race. And thus, the Hydro Archon and all of her creations came to shoulder the original sin of appropriating the power of the primordial sea. That is the true history of how the people of Fontaine first came into being.
So we were all Oceanids before we turned into human beings?
Way too much information for me. I think I'm just going to pretend that I never heard a single thing.
Tapi masih belum terungkap ini Furina. Dia bilang,
Can't let the Hydro Archon be sentenced to death. After all, her
dia
only
udah
sin was
500
creating
tahun.
us.
Apakah itu benar atau enggak?
This really
Itu
might
belum
be too
terbukti
much
masih.
information for your regular Fontanian, but it does answer a lot of our questions.
Kalau seandainya benar, berarti
Alas,
Furina
your
ini orang
hypothesis
terkutuk.
regarding the third and fourth stone slates was inaccurate. The slates' respective positions are, in fact, correct. A key point of the visual on the third slate is how all the individuals depicted in the water are humans rather than Oceanids. They have not been dissolved, which implies that the water depicted in this slate is not water from the primordial sea. The nation of Fontaine is the nation of Hydro, as well as the nation of trials and justice. Instead of being the literal element, the water in the scene symbolizes judgment and justice. You may also recall Navia's experience. When she fell into the sea, her consciousness was surrounded by that of many others who intended to hold a trial to determine her fate. Therefore, the meaning of the third slate is that the people of Fontaine shall try the Hydro Archon at the court of justice. Yes, it refers to our present situation.
I think I'm following now. So, what you're saying is, even though we decided to put on this trial to avoid fulfilling the prophecy, in truth, everything we've done has happened exactly as the prophecy foretold. Now, it seems, we're the ones making sure it comes true.
What should we do?
No matter what, the prophecy will be fulfilled. Is this what it feels like to be a prisoner of fate?
If that's the case, does that mean the scene in the fourth slate will also be fulfilled soon?
Traveler, I would like to point out another small fallacy in your deductions.
Kesalahan penalaran.
About the fourth slate, you probably thought that the eruption of primordial seawater beneath the fortress of Meripede served as the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass, yes?
Yes.
However, I believe that rather than being a sure sign, that eruption could in fact only be a small warning of something far worse to come. As for the root cause of the catastrophe, I believe you've already encountered it once before. This eruption was just a small warning of the things to come. We must find the root cause of the disaster.
Masalah ini rahasia selalu dijaga oleh benteng yang ternyata ada pintu masuk menuju lautan primordial. Walaupun New Village sudah berhasil menyegelnya sekali lagi, tapi sampai kapan itu bisa bertahan? Bencana yang diramalkan sepertinya akan bermula menyebar dari sini. Nah, ini.
It was both dream and reality.
If we're talking about a true culprit, that could only
Pelakunya
be
itu adalah
that
ikan
thing
paus.
inside the primordial sea, right?
Word boss.
Truth, the original sin, trial, and the root cause of the disaster.
Nah, cutscene guys, cutscene. Kok bisa-bisa workshop komputer di sini? Kecil deh. Wow. Kayaknya Cilde ini deh Archon yang sebenarnya guys. Lihat. Yang pertama dia ada di fontaine ini karena ingin melindungi orang-orang. Kedua dia tahan tenggelam di lautan primordial. Kemudian yang ketiga, tanpa vision dia masih bisa bertarung. Walaupun dia pakai delusion ya.
That was way too close! How did that thing just burst into the opera house? Was that the huge whale you saw in your dream?
So we've met it at last. I understand very well why it has chosen to make an appearance here. That whale does not belong to that. It is a monster that has traversed the stars. It has been greedily consuming the energy from the planet's primordial sea. And once it has finished consuming all of the energy
You said that when the Hydro Archon first created Fontanians out of Oceanids, he filled their blood vessels with primordial seawater.
Precisely. That whale finds the blood of Fontanians nigh impossible to resist. Therefore, when it left the primordial sea, it decided to make its next stop a packed opera house full of food.
Just barely managed to push it back, right? In that case, won't it come back to target the people again once it's...
That is correct. Indeed, it is more accurate to say that we should thank that Harbinger for buying us some time. Without him, the whale would have... From the way he looked, he must have been fighting the creature for quite a long time.
Battle maniac. We've always known that he had a special connection with that whale, but we definitely didn't expect it to... Anyway, now that we know that this whale is the actual cause of the disaster recorded in the prophecy, all we need...
It is too late. It had already absorbed too much of the primordial sea's energy before we could notice it. At this point, it has become practically integrated with the sea. Even if the entirety of Tevat were to be destroyed, it could still
That's not something I will accept. We've already done everything we can, and we even found the true culprit. So far, you can't just tell me that the last hurdle is some impossible foe. Just not fair.
Indeed, that's not how a grand performance should end.
I'll fight it to the end, no matter what.
So the prophecy will be fulfilled no matter what, huh?
Kita kayaknya akan mencoba bertempur nih melawan paus.
The prophecy. Yes. Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, could things be happening in hidden corners? Ultimately, fate shall serve as
Betul. Ramalan itu tetap akan dia genapi, tapi ada cara untuk menyelamatkan orang lain. Apa aku melewatkan sesuatu? Furina betul juga yang mau dia bilang pas terakhir waktu dalam kotak sulap raksasa. Apa rahasianya? Rahasianya ini ada di Furina. Terus Furina yang ada di atas tadi mana?
What's happening with the oratories?
I believe it is preparing to carry out the death sentence.
Furina!
Enggak, kayaknya bukan untuk Furina deh.
No, I still need answers.
Apa itu? Nah, ini Archonnya guys. Archon yang sebenarnya.
You.
Sorry. That shocked expression on your face is just too amusing. I couldn't help myself.
You are not Furina. Who are you?
The sweet
Wak
sound
Loros.
of
Oh, ini si
bewilderment.
Nenek N.
Marvelous. A sure sign that my attempt to deceive everyone was a resounding success. But to answer your question,
Kayaknya ya,
I
si
am
Nenek
Fosalor.
N.
You know, the god.
Mulai dari suaranya juga guys.
Why did you deceive us?
Oh, that wasn't my goal, of course. Goodness, no. But I had to fool everyone else too, if I was to stand any chance of deceiving the heavenly principles.
Deceiving the heavenly principles?
It's all because of that pernicious prophecy. Dreadful, wasn't it? Everyone doomed to dissolve. Fontaine condemned to be flooded. One was not amused. In fact, one was positively bemused when that problem was thrust upon me by my dearest predecessor. That's the former Hierarch, Jiria, uninitiated. It hardly gets more disastrous than a preordained national catastrophe. She knew full well that the prophecy would surely come to pass. And as one of the seven, she also knew full well that one defies the heavenly principles at once. So yes, as you have no doubt surmised, it was a rather impossible situation that I found myself in. I spent a terribly long time mulling it over, alone on the ocean floor. And I was almost growing barnacles by the time I finally realized there was only one possible solution to this confounding conundrum. I had to outwit the heavenly principles, allow the prophecy to be fulfilled, ostensibly at least, while saving everyone at the same time. I'm a genius, I know. I can only assume that's why Egeria chose me as
Egeria
her
menunjukku
successor.
sebagai penerusnya.
Although, looking back now, it was hardly the inheritance one dreams of. Between the task of saving the nation, the quotidian duties of the Hydro Archon, and not to mention the original sin of creating a new race of humans, I dare say she left quite a colossal mess to clean up. But one can only play the hand one is dealt. I did not choose this, any more than I chose to be one of her Oceanid familiars.
So you were also once one of the Oceanids, transformed into a human by Egeria's hand.
Yes, I was.
Egeria.
I always dreamed of becoming human. And I still do, even now. In my eyes, to be human is to be part of the greatest opera ever known. After becoming a god, I separated my divinity from my body and spirit, leaving behind only a self that was as naive and bewildered as my past
Tuh,
self
kan
on her
dugaan benar
first
guys,
day
Furina
as a
itu punya dua
human being.
kepribadian. Dari
The
matanya
me
itu
you
loh.
see before you now is that divinity. And the human counterpart I left behind, I named Furina. She could
Makanya
feel
punya dua mata.
joy, sorrow, and everything in between. She could be as vain and conceited, or as meek and
Jadi punya dua
vulnerable
sisi, satu
as
sisi
she
manusia
wished.
dan satu
Her
sisi
strengths were of a
Archon.
kind only a human could possess, as were her shortcomings. But in my eyes, Furina's humanity was what made her perfect.
Malah
She
seperti
was
Raiden ya.
perfectly human in every way. The person I always
Ada
wanted to
boneka ya.
be. Anyway, so then I cursed her. All part of the plan, of course. The plan to deceive the heavenly principle. Do you still remember the final scene of prophecy? The Hydra Archon alone, weeping on her throne. In order that the prophecy might appear fulfilled, I invited Furina to be an actress, to play the part of the Hydro Archon in the prophecy. Under the curse I placed on her, so long as I, Focalor's divinity, continued to exist, she could not die. But nor was she free to live her life in the pursuit of happiness. Instead, she was forced to take the stage in the opera house, to embrace the role of leading lady, to forever play the part of the god from the prophecy, all to create a deceitful appearance of that prophecy coming to pass. I suppose now you probably understand why your court is called the Opera Epiclese.
But Furina is only human, isn't she? Even though she has had a long life, her mind is no stronger than that of any other ordinary human being. I cannot begin to fathom what she has had to endure. Must have been torture for her.
It has indeed. And although she is, in a sense, me in human form, I most definitely owe her an apology for it. It's been 500 years, and all along, she's been playing her part in the most unimaginably long, unbearably lonely, and agonizingly painful opera of all time.
Kita masuk ke alam bawah sadarnya Furina. Ya elah, harus naik tangga dulu. Kita kasih satu semprotan dulu. Boom.
Teamwork is dreamwork.
Biar gagah. Biar ada efek api-apinya, guys.
Oh, who permitted you to come onto this stage? Now, all right. It is not my intent to reprimand you. There is no need to state your name. Just be off with you. Do not just... Oh, do not jest. Can you not feel it? I am Focalor. The eyes of countless Fontanians are upon me. I must, at all times, display the utmost...
Ada dua suara ya, maksudnya suara atas bawah ini. Matikan lampunya dulu.
Dear audience, the performance is experiencing a technical difficulty, but
Anda ingin berduel dengan saya? Mari kita kasih paham.
worry not. The guards shall resolve it soon.
Berapa kuat Anda?
Gotcha.
Boom, 100k. Let's go. Jebret lagi, kita jebret. Kam.
Hey, what gives? The audience is still watching me, you know. Guards!
Oke, kita sekali lagi
Wait,
kita
where are
jebret
the
lagi ya
guards?
guys ya.
Guards!
Jebret. Aduh, nggak kena. Belum dapat momen.
Motion to compel.
Siap-siap. Jebret.
Quietly now.
Wah. Belum keluar. Sekali lagi. Lagi. Ini dulu. Jebret.
Busted.
Aduh, nggak keluar.
Teamwork is dreamwork.
3. Sabar, sabar. Oh, 100k. Dengan satu di depan. Maksudnya mau berdrama. Loh. Loh. Apa ini? Loh.
Furina. Huh? Who's that? Who's calling me? Where are you? Be not afraid. I am. Wait a moment. You're mirror me?
Cross.
How can this mirror you? You know what? That's not bad. Let's go. Mirror me. The prophecy. What prophecy? The people will all be dissolved into the waters. Oh. What? Yes, it will. But doesn't that mean everyone will die? Oh, don't worry. Magical, I will tell you how to save everyone. Oh. So as for the suffering, but if the prophecy will come true, your word scales. I suppose this would also... Don't worry, it's nothing. Listen well.
Konten baru saja
Fontaine
kehilangan
has just
Archon
lost its
Hydro.
Hydro
Perang ini
Archon.
kita harus dimainkan
I
oleh
need you to
Archon baru.
play as... That's right. You must begin. If you can keep it up, then I... But how will I do this? Don't worry. What you must do is not being a human yourself. Remember, your true I'm still not... So, how long... To accomplish this mission, you will have to stay on the stage for many, many years. You will endure and not grow old until your
Ini
task
yang bikin
ends.
umurnya panjang.
But I promise you, a trial.
Itu yang bikin umurnya panjang sebagai manusia. Karena sebelum misi berhasil, dia tidak akan menua. Berarti misinya tidak pernah berhasil dari 500 tahun yang lalu. Makanya dia dianugerahi umur panjang oleh Archon terdahulunya.
The Maison Cardinalise has announced my accession. What should I say? Ladies, I'm sure you've all heard about how I have taken on the role of Hydro Archon. In truth, I know little about as the god Focalor, the god of justice. I shall do all within my power to lead you into an age of fairness and just. Once again, thank you all for coming. This, I thought I might
That's the new Hydro Archon. Is this some kind of joke by the Maison? I would have thought that a being that surpasses humanity would be a bit more assertive.
Hey, did you hear that? She even told us to send her suggestions there at the end.
Shouldn't gods be all-powerful? She's being so modest.
If you ask me, succession didn't actually happen. She might just be Maison back.
Wait, what's going on? Right. Me calm. Assertive. With us. Now, I was wondering if some weak. Well, you may consider. Now then.
Ah, so that was just a performance. How could I have forgotten that we were in.
Shocking. Than before. Such a fascinating deity. Wonderful. Our future may yet be bright after all.
It seems I've turned them around. Best follow the. My dear people, whether you acknowledge me or not, whether you trust me or nay, I say to you, keep faith, and we have heard it said that this nation's sins can no. No, this won't work. They'll suspect me. I must play the role that they want me. No, this won't work. They'll suspect me. I must play the role that they want me. The scales of justice should not weigh heavy. May law be the prayer on our lips. May judgment be our worship. Let us light the. There is no. So long as I.
Yes! Oh, yeah!
Lady Furina, here are today's
Come, besides.
I'm...
A magnificent.
That's true, I fear...
No need for fright. And do not take what I said before too seriously. Go now.
Lady Furina.
No need to. All right.
Ini seolah-olah kita melihat seperti perjalanannya Furina ya, memerankan perannya sebagai Archon.
Lady Furina.
I see. It's as I thought that all manner. Really?
I'm...
It's finally, but it's good to maybe this is.
Lady Furina, here are the...
They'll be.
Lady Furina.
Indeed,
Lady Furina, we're detecting significant
Understood.
Adegan 182375.
Lady Furina,
Banyak betul.
like a dream being with you up
Itu
close like
adegan yang
I've
dia
heard that the first member of our family who was honored to receive an
berdrama
audience with was Madame
memerankan
Dioteria
peran sangat
almost
lama
20
seperti ini.
generations ago.
Jadi teringat seperti Tanjiro ya guys ya di One
And
Piece ya.
what a fine
Tanjiro
family yours
memerankan
is indeed.
tokoh
It brings me
sebagai
great joy
salah
to meet
satu
such a
20
faithful
samurai.
believer. A descendant of a line
12
most
samurai? Samurai pedang merah.
Surely you
Samurai
exaggerate,
pedang
Lady
merah.
Furina.
Sama konsep nih dan Furina memerankan tokoh.
This must be the overflow of hydro from my person. Well, can't quite help being the
No. Oh,
100. I've all I can do is keep.
Ayo, adegan berapa lagi nih? 182376.
Furina, you don't, although I don't know what.
Share my burden. That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this.
But even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, you can still choose to
Nah,
confide
ini
in
dia
someone.
dialognya kita tunggu-tunggu.
Share it with me.
Cerita saja.
I'm what you'd call a witness.
Apakah di bawah alam sadar dia mau cerita?
Yes, I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, you never belonged. And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you? If that's the case... She's right. I could confide in her, couldn't I?
Ayo cerita.
But if things don't play out as expected, the people know. Selfish. But what if Furina? So hard. So is it such an outrageous thing to find someone and if you let this opportunity slip through your hands, it might never come by. Long.
Ada dua Furina ya kalau kalian sadar. Yang rambut panjang sama rambut pendek. Rambutnya terikat.
No, I have nothing to say. I am Furina, the Archon of Fontaine. Everything will surely get better.
Tetap nggak mau dikasih
All
taunya
you
rahasianya
need to
apa.
do, dear spectator,
Dia tetap
is to
bersandiwara.
witness my performance until the curtains fall.
Dia masih berbohong guys.
Fine.
So even Furina doesn't know the truth? You've never once let her in on the full plan?
Yes, it had to be done. To deceive the heavenly principles, she did very well. If she had let her resolve falter, it seems that trusting humanity was...
I believe that I understand how your deception worked. How would you build on this foundation to save the people of Fontaine?
Ah, good, good. Of course, the Eudex of Fontaine has pinpointed the... I'm sure you've...
I've always suspected that it had its own consciousness. And Lenny did mention that he heard a human voice within the core chamber. It now seems that that person was you, hidden within the machine all along. Am I right?
And then I became one with the oratories, taking Fontaine's gnosis with me. Yes,
sama dia.
it would seem so, wouldn't it? Alas, your understanding of this device still lacks sufficient depth. In truth, it is no enactor of justice. It is, in fact, a device created to kill the god of justice.
Beg your pardon?
Oh,
membunuh
you have
siapa?
it. And to be more precise, not only will the Oratrice take down the god of justice, it will also take down the divine throne upon which she has been placed. I mean, did you think I would be the sort to enjoy peaceful repose while Furina suffered? My work over these last 500 years has been to constantly accumulate indemnitium within the Oratrice. But really, some have already discovered that only a small fraction of the energy generated by the device was ever used to provide power to Fontaine. The vast majority had to be, accumulated to enact this death sentence.
It was all a part of your plan, then? Both the trial and the sentence?
Indeed. This power, accrued over 5 centuries, could have sustained Fontainians for millennia had it only been used for that purpose. Almost all of it has now been stored within the Oratrice. But only power of this magnitude could hope to destroy the Hydro Archon's divine throne, shaking the rules established by Celestia and breaking through the institution that is the Seven.
Kayaknya dia ini
So
salah
the
satu
Oratrice's
penantang
call for death was for
Celestia
neither
juga, guys.
Furina nor Focalor, but for the Hydro Archon. The destruction of that divine throne. If I do not misunderstand your intent, must be
Returning what's rightfully yours to you, of course. In other words, this was all done to return the authority of the Hydro Archon to the Hydro Dragon of this planet.
But
Gimana?
Oh, what? Getting sad again, are we? The authority of the ancient dragons shall soon be yours once more, O Hydro Dragon Sovereign. And this is the face you make.
all you've done throughout the years is just so you can sacrifice yourself at the very end.
I've never quite seen it that way, you know. Even now, Hydro Dragon, don't cry. I must say, had it been within my rights, I would have loved to judge the Egeria stole the power of the primordial sea, and the heavenly principle stole the power you ancient dragons possessed. I, for my part, am the god of justice. And is it not just that your original powers should be returned to you? Speaking of justice, I have always believed that justice lies in the process of pursuing human existence itself. So, if the theft of the primordial sea's might was Fontaine's original sin, then, leaving matters of procedural right and wrong aside, the descent of the Fontainians as humans and their right to exist in this world would be, in other words, existence was Egeria's justice, and to me, justifying the prophecy and ensuring that Fontaine's people shall live on. At this point, we, whether it be myself, Iudex Neuvillette, the highest judge in our land.
So when I was invited to the court of Fontaine to serve as Iudex, at last, I now understand the true purpose behind this position. In the beginning, I was uninterested in human existence. But these 5 centuries of living alongside them have You are a devious one, things being as they are. Surely you know that I could never declare them to be guilty.
The hour of my execution is almost here. For the sinner, the curtain call has come. I know I may not sound it, but Faced with death, I find myself a little afraid. Perhaps this is one thing both gods and humans have in common. Farewell, Nervalette. I hope you've enjoyed the part you played these 500 years.
Kalau folklornya lewat Furina jadi manusia sepenuhnya dong. Sisi dewanya kan hilang. Dan kekuatannya kembali ke New Village. Apakah teori berikutnya? Si Furina tetap manusia, tapi akan dijadikan Archon oleh New Village. Apakah teori itu benar? Karena mereka masih butuh seorang Archon.
I, Iudex Neuvillette, hereby declare, people of Fontaine, your sins are forgiven.
Pengampunan dosa massal berkat kekuatan Archon yang dikembalikan ke New Village. Teorinya kayak tadi ya, kemungkinan Furina tetap manusia tapi akan dikasih ke Archon ke New Village. Karena New Village tidak mungkin ingin
What
menjadi
just
seorang
happened?
Archon.
The death sentence been carried out?
Is that bright light some sort of misdirection? I have a feeling that something huge just happened.
But since we're all still alive and haven't been dissolved, I assume whatever happened was good for us.
It's time to end this. We must mete out punishment to that beast.
Didn't you say just a moment ago that it can't be defeated?
I have gained the strength sufficient to deal with it. Through certain means, now have the ability to separate the power of the primordial sea from that creature. We should seize the opportunity to pursue our quarry. Traveler, now that the oratories can no longer function, I require an executor to help me mete out justice. The root of the calamities befalling Fontaine, the beast that enacts the prophecy, its name is the all-devouring narwhal. Come with me, traveler. The hour of execution has come.
Ayo, waktunya kita bertarung. Kita akan melawan bos. Katanya walaupun kita kalah tetap bisa melanjutkan quest. Kita persiapkan secara matang. Dev masih tersisa. Dia ini apa sih? Seru lah.
I've already done my best to separate the power of the primordial sea from the wind. Considering the size of the beast, I cannot reach the power source. Unless we can find a way to attack it from within. I shall share a part of the ancient dragon's power with you. We shall look for an opening together.
Oke, kita masih nunggu timing ya guys ya.
Let's light it up!
I can feel its sorrow turning into hostility.
Things are about to get dicey. No, my sword! Rain cutter! Time to act. Boom! Time for your arraignment!
The all-devouring narwhal cannot resist its instinct to devour. Continue to trigger its hostility. Chance will present itself.
Waduh.
Why is there a hole-looking thingy over there? It looks scary.
Apa nih? Abyss Order. Anjay.
Boom!
Hai. Temennya apa nih? Kok nggak
I
ngaruh?
have granted you my protection. Do not fear. Seize the moment and use my power to suppress its root from within.
Motion to compare.
Busted. Take it easy.
Let's light it up!
Monster primordial ini.
Going in!
Gotcha.
Let me leave you a verse. Here comes the catch.
Lah. Wah, untung ada new fillet. Ayo new fillet. Selesaikan. Siapa nih? Sirik. Aduh, siapa namanya? Sirik.
Thanks for helping with the cleanup. Should have been my job, but oh well. It's just supposed to be a short private training session for me. I didn't think that my disciple and my master's pet would start brawling in the meantime. Well, actually, I had a feeling that it would happen at some point.
That power. Who are you exactly?
Simon has an idea. From what she said earlier, she must be Child's master. Kirk, right? It's just that he gave us the impression that she was, less talkative.
I simply did not have anything to say to the weak. But you, on the so you may speak
Pasti
to me
banyak
as
yang ingin
equals.
dapat ini nanti.
I have to agree. The strange use of a planet's primordial waters just to raise an all-devouring narwhal. That kind of power is wasted on it. It's not cooperative. It eats too much, and I have more important things to do with my time than pet sitting. The only thing that creature has going for it is its looks.
Krik ini kalau nggak salah
All
patuh
in all,
juga.
it
Pengguna
fails as a
delusion.
pet.
Miss Skirk? I think you might have missed.
The point being...
Well, being that this pet almost destroyed an... So what sort of person is your master? Well, Child's master's master. Hey, is that...
Oh, right. So you don't know him. Sorry, I assumed you did. His name is Sertologi.
Surtalogi.
I am unfamiliar.
Huh. So Master isn't sufficiently famous.
The foul?
Still nothing? Well, how about the Visionary?
Banyaknya namanya.
Vetterfulnir then? Or Gold Rhine-Daughter?
Federful.
That one we've heard. Rhine-Daughter's part of the Hexens. Albedo's mom, right?
Oh, so you do know that name. To be honest, I also heard all of those names and titles, but I suppose you
Ibunya
understand
Albedo.
now, yes? My master is likely a similar sort to Rhine-Daughter. They are both pursuing some form of perfection.
Wait, didn't you also mention a visionary person? Paimon didn't quite catch their name.
Actually, never mind that. I believe it expedient to inform you that the all-devouring narwhal used up nearly all its strength fighting you. Such roiling hydro energies will prove difficult for the planet's deep seas to digest. As such, the fontaine back on the surface has most likely been thrown into chaos. In other words, the prophecy that you've been fretting over should now be in full swing.
What?
Not to worry. Focalor has already managed to deceive the heavenly principles.
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only Furina will remain, weeping on her throne.
Beneran tenggelam kah atau gimana nih fontaine?
Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Hey. Beneran tenggelam. Tapi diputihkan katanya, berarti mereka semua jangan-jangan yang sinan itu dia yang ini filet menjatuhkan hujan. Tuh, naik lagi bangunannya. Kapal, guys.
All hands initiate
Oh, ini
emergency
kapal
rescue.
penjara yang dibuat oleh Wiro Sableng. Yang katanya untuk mempersiapkan kebanjiran itu. Ternyata kapalnya udah selesai.
Hey, lend a hand.
Tapi apa benar tenggelam?
Look, the water's receding.
Surut lagi. Oh, berarti banjirnya itu cuman untuk pemutihan dosa aja. Karena mereka semua harus terendam air dulu.
It's a miracle. We didn't dissolve. The prophecy was wrong. The prophecy was wrong.
Ini berkat kekuatannya dikembalikan ke Villain. Banjir bandang.
Are you alright?
Yeah.
We're saved. The prophecy was wrong.
Ini kayaknya quest Archon terlama deh, kayaknya ya.
The soil renewed. The Spina di Rosula tax post-disaster rebuild. Old soil can still give Skyship winglet, boon or bane of the Fontaine Research Institute. The various disputes that have arisen on account of Mr. Edwin, as people always call the first researcher Matt. Wow! Paimon barely recognizes the people in the reports. Or not.
What do you think? Pretty enthralling, huh? The Steambird's idea was pretty simple. The value for these big scoops lies in their inevitable follow-up. Edwin's assistant, Jurier, created a
Paimon's curious.
And that's exactly what...
Are you sure?
Oh, this time...
Air, mata, laut, dan bintang. Apa tadi? Adegan terakhir. Let's go. Ini udah lab berapa jam nih? Cek. Pas. Tadi dapat apa ya? Gimana sih? Ini. Setetes air diambil dari binatang raksasa yang mendapatkan larutan perut. Oh, ini ikan paus tadi ya. Dan tidak akan ada lagi dosa, tidak akan ada lagi kesedihan, tidak akan ada hormat. Jangan bintang-bintang pada zaman dahulu. Oke, let's go.
Let's go find some treasure.
Take it easy.
Navia! Oh, it's you?
Hey, we're just...
I'm here to update myself.
Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Garunt Snezhevich. Our residents are...
Hello, Miss Charlotte. I'm a big fan of yours.
Ini baju Fato
I
ini.
especially like that article you wrote. But if you don't mind, could you not
Berarti ini
emphasize our
wujud
role too
muka
much in
aslinya
your
kayak gini,
reports?
guys. Kalau
It's
tidak
not
pakai
charity
topeng.
we're doing.
I get where you're coming from. Keep it.
That would be fine.
Oh, you're back too. Poor thing.
We finished laying down the construction material.
Huh?
Well, her reputation's greatly risen after that whole duel business with Miss Furina. So she's here in Poisson to wait out the heat. All right, all right. She really came here to help me out.
There's too much to consider in the reconstruction of Poisson. The Spina has need of more decision makers. And, well, I do already happen to be...
Oh, wait, just a moment. Do you mind me asking a few
Forget it.
I see.
Well, if we're talking about doing things for myself...
Of course I will. Not gonna let her off that easy. All right, then everyone...
Okay.
How did it go? Was it bad?
Not bad. Your addition really helped the composition of the picture. All right, hang on a moment. Let me snap a few more... All right, that should do it. I'll be back here later anyway, so let's call it a day.
You're very quick.
Speed is of the... Also, not to...
Wow.
I'll hazard a guess that this is how you got that interview at the Fortress of...
Whoa, you're welcome.
That's a...
In truth, I told him that it was...
You're right.
Stay safe now. And...
Bukan ya.
again, huh? There's a real nostalgic feeling to this.
It's like you've been missing us.
Luke! Did you come all the way?
Of course. I'm here to...
It's an honor to finally...
No need to thank me.
Of course.
All right then. This way.
Kenapa sih
It would
kejepret-jepret
seem
kamu?
that Miss Lorvine doesn't want her...
Sir, please don't.
But it looks like...
No, I...
Now, I might not look it, but I actually... The boat that brought about him... Still, if I might add...
I have to apologize, but that ship is presently in the...
Really?
You already know my answer, I'm afraid. Best you interview our head nurse instead. Or perhaps you...
Did you really have to use the word couple? Well, then, two solo...
Is my hair messed up?
Things sure are getting pretty lively here. Oh, like everyone's here. Would any of you like to try the...
Ah, siege...
Hey, Miss Charlotte.
Sure. Huh? Oh, sure. Do I have to smile? No. How have things been at the...
Same old, same old.
Other than that flying ship.
That's why I decided...
You're too kind, sir.
I see.
He sure did...
I'll tell them that there's...
Oh.
What change can there be? As to what Miss Furina's departure will mean for the nation, and if our laws and governance will be transformed, we'll leave those to the folks in the overworld.
Hey, everyone. The photo shoot's done.
Good. In that case, let's call it a day here.
Thanks for your cooperation. Come on, Traveler, let's go. Till next time, everyone.
There'll be a next time?
Maybe. Who knows? All right. Last stop, the docks.
Mana lagi nih? Bawah kan?
Navia mentioned that she stayed in touch with Linny and the others after working together.
Traveler, Paimon. Ah, and Miss Charlotte.
Would you like a magic pocket?
What sort of...
It's a wondrous
trick a friend.
You
Magic
could just make
pocket.
a friend like Fremine here. Isn't
Hitung
that
aja
right,
deh.
Fremine?
Hitung aja.
To be honest, that sounds pretty sweet. I have your...
You sure are working hard to help Fremine socialize.
He was the one who proposed doing this. He even wants to assist...
Yes, I was planning to first introduce...
That said, would anyone want to see a diver escape underwater?
Oh, it'll work out.
Lynette, could you come...
Got it.
My, that Charlotte is rather perceptive. She got rid of... Father says...
That's a...
Oh, after Lady Furina...
A diplomatic...
Yes, it could have been done. Furthermore...
That's true, but...
I would agree. I suspect you'll...
But back to the...
They say that he's returned to Snezhnaya.
That's true. When you think about it, we've had loads...
So shocked by such a simple switching of sides?
Obasang.
Father.
Well, what do you know? Come to the dock.
Are you going to... take the Gnosis back to Snezhnaya?
That is our duty as harbingers. Yeah, don't be too preoccupied with sides. Switching my masks is something I've... Well, that depends on many things. As for you, I very much look forward to our next collaboration. Good things cannot be achieved alone, and you've proved yourselves to be great partners. A vision?
And that's a wrap for me. Huh?
Greetings, Miss Journalist. That is correct. So forgive me, but I will not be able to serve as a subject in your article. However, feel free to write as much as you'd like about our dear... The sea breeze is quite pleasant.
Farewell, Father.
Oh, she has such an intimidating presence. I didn't even dare to take a picture. Thankfully, I've already wrapped up all my pre-scheduled...
Don't be too nervous. Why don't you take a magic pocket before you go? Here, traveler, Paimon.
To move things about?
That's right. I guess this must be life. All right, then.
Well, guess we sent Charlotte off. Shall we go see how Neverlette's doing? As long as we...
Kita cari new village. Di sini.
Take it easy.
Kok naik tingkat dari 30? Apa memang 30 ya, lupa.
Take it easy.
The entrance to the fortress! Ooh, he really is there! Oh, you really are here, Neverlette! I didn't think you were going to have...
Really? Oh, I suppose you must have met. In any case, you came at a good time. I was
Gimana ya kalau New Village nih ngobrol sama si Zhongli? Umur sama-sama 500 tahun. Satu Archon, satu naga.
It is strange how words...
Kalau mereka ngobrol nyambung. Satunya dewa kontrak, satunya dewa keadilan. Satunya menghargai keadilan, satunya menghargai kontrak.
Oh, that's what happened?
Berarti kalau mereka dua ngobrol seru.
Fusillor destroyed the divine throne of the Hydro Archon and restored your power to you, transforming you into a fully fledged elemental dragon sovereign. But Paimon still doesn't quite get what you did to save the Fontanians.
For me, the authority of the ancient dragons refers to absolute control over the Hydro. Fontanians were incomplete humans born of Egeria's use of the power of the primordial sea, with constitutions similar to that of mimics. But so long as those primordial energies remain within them, I could use the ancient dragon's authority to grant them true blood. In other words, when I gave my verdict, Fontanians became true humans, and thus would naturally...
Fusillor must have counted on you to make that decision as well. Your verdict was the key to making the prophecy appear to have come true. Yeah, and in a manner of speaking, Fusillor finally managed to fulfill the original Hydro Archon's wish.
It seems from your expressions that you still have more things you wish to ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Oke, kita tanya tentang Childe.
I have investigated his case along many avenues, and I have learned that he once fell into an unknown chasm when he was young. There, by chance, he awakened the all-devouring narwhal. But whether it be by sentiment or reason, that should not have been enough to consider him the root cause of the disaster. At most, he would have had. As for the judgment passed by the oratrice during the trial, whether it was due to that liability by association or Fusillor deliberately using him to buy time for us on the assumption that he would be able to hold...
Guess Fusillor had Fontanians in mind the whole time. In the end, it was thanks to her that the... hang on a second. Paimon suddenly got another question. Back when Fontanians hadn't yet become real humans, were the children they had also...
Life has always flowed like water. Do you recall how Fontanians would often come to the Fountain of Lucine to pray for children?
Yeah, Lynette said the fountain is where all the waters in Fontaine converge.
In truth, even those couples did not know that such prayers were no mere custom, instead a form of ritual. Those Oceanids who were blessed within the spring water would later descend as new humans in the coming months.
Paimon sorta gets it now. By the way, seems like...
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Yeah, about that. Risley said Furina has already left.
Furina pergi.
What's that all about?
Ah, Lady Furina. The people are only aware that her death sentence has not been carried out. She abdicated the post of Hydro Archon and left affairs related to that title. I related Focalor's words to her faithfully and completely. After hearing them, she seemed neither saddened nor... She simply said that she was tired. Having said that, she then packed her things and moved out of the opera house. Not unlike how...
But she's still got a place to stay, right?
You need not worry. I will make arrangements to ensure that she will not want for food, clothing, board, or travel. In truth, I am somewhat happy for her. The wear and tear on her spirit will, of course, take... But now that she no longer has to play the role of Focalor the Hydro Archon, she can finally lay down her burden.
What about you then? What are your plans now that you've regained your full powers as the Hydro Dragon?
After Focalor passed on, the Oratrice also ceased to function. This matter will directly affect our trials. After much careful consideration, I've decided to take over its role in our courts.
Looks like you're still considering stuff from the perspective of the Udex, huh?
As an elemental dragon, there are indeed many things that I must do. But this power and this duty, manner of speaking, you could say that both were granted to me. As such, before I attend to my other responsibilities, I must first and foremost continue to serve Fontaine as its highest judge. Additionally, the Hydro Archon's departure has brought about another problem, which is that the
That's true. That power was derived from the people's faith in the Hydro. Wait, but the various mechs and machines in the city are all still okay.
As I am now, I have full command over New Musia, and it can serve as a complete substitute. Another reason why I cannot quite leave Fontaine immediately.
Wow. This ancient dragon's authorities...
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Genosis.
Oh, that's right! They say you've given it to the knave as a diplomatic gift or something!
Leaving aside their intentionality, the two Fatui Harbingers have indeed done much for us during this crisis. Their sole remaining goal in Fontaine, at least at this point, would seem to be the Gnosis. The Oratrice has ceased to function. The Hydro Archon's divine throne is now no more. And I do not need the Gnosis's power. As such, it has lost all meaning for Fontaine. If the Fatui have impure designs, we might as well accede to their request now, and avoid unnecessary...
What complicated considerations? Paimon thought you were just giving it to them out of gratitude to the knave and as an apology to Child.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Berarti dengan ini Genosis sudah dapat 3 nih. Sudah, ya 3 apa 4 ya udah Genosis dikumpulkan Fatui.
You will soon be heading to Natlan, I presume. I'm afraid that I have little talent as a travel guide, so all I can do is tell you what I know. As far as I'm aware, Natlan can be said to be a nation of dragons. No, I suspect that I would not find myself. Unlike ancient dragons, such as myself, the dragons of Natlan have undergone long years of development. Natlan is also the nation of war. War ravages those lands like an undying flame. There is one other piece of information I got incidentally from my negotiations with the Harbinger known as the Captain has thrown his hat into the endless ring of war.
Sounds like a real tough customer. Seriously, everyone...
I suggest that you fully prepare yourself before going to Natlan. In the meantime, ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Sudah, Natlan sudah.
Hang on a sec. Paimon still got a question. When we spoke to Linny earlier, he mentioned that your attitude towards giving away the Gnosis had clearly changed. We guessed that there might be some reason for it that only you were aware of.
No wonder the House of the Hearth is the Fatui's intelligence division. They are certainly sharp. So regarding this specific issue, I was just getting ready to share something. In truth, I exchanged some further words with that lady named Skirk after sending you two back to the surface. It went something like this.
Skirk. Salah satu anggota Fatui.
head topside to see what's going on. You hurry over soon as well.
What next?
The all-devouring narwhal isn't here, so I'm no longer getting any interference. I can finally catch the scent of your power. What it's made of is the authority of the planet's primordial dragons. Something very similar to a god's curse mixed in. It's quite a novel blend. I'm sure I've encountered something like this before. What was it again?
I do not know what you speak of.
Ah, of course. How could I forget? You should have the remains of the third descender on your person, yes?
Remains? I've never heard of any such thing.
According to your parlance, I believe it may be called a gnosis.
Well, that much is true. After Focalor's divinity faded, she handed her gnosis to me. But I fear I have never heard of it described in the manner that you just did.
I've been training with my master, the Foul, ever since I was young, and I have never returned to the surface since. The most of the information I possess, I got from him. It is only natural for those who are greater than humanity to possess a different sort of common sense, which is why there are so many problems in our attempts to communicate with humans. Regardless, you should probably get rid of objects of misfortune to prevent any disasters from befalling you. To live in itself is a blessing. But once a person dies, the bonds he once had with this world shall all turn to curses.
What do you mean by that?
No need to fret. These are just my personal thoughts, and my reason for no longer wishing to return to the surface.
This third descender you refer to, who are they? And when did they die?
Master never mentioned them to me. Perhaps it just wasn't that important for me to know. If you're interested, though, I could ask him. I'll be sure to pass the answer on to you next time.
Next time? You believe we will meet again?
I do. Wait. I have a disciple of my own, don't I? He can be the messenger then.
That's what she told me. Whether it would prove useful or not, wanted to pass that information on to you.
The remains of the third descender? That's what the I just thought they looked like chess pieces. How could they be a person's remains?
All the same, assuming that there was no misunderstanding or special metaphor at play, that is what she meant to say.
She said that it would bring misfortune and that you should check it, which is why you gave it to the Fatui.
If she speaks the truth, then I would simply be putting Fontaine at unnecessary risk by keeping it here. I had guessed that you might already be familiar with this concept, but I did not. That means that the Gnosis, which are exceedingly element-compatible and can even enhance elemental abilities, I wonder, does your body also possess similar properties?
Like being able to use elemental powers without a vision. That does sort of count as special compatibility, right? No, let's not think about this stuff right now. Just comparing the Traveler to the dead third descender and all.
Descender ketiga.
That's what you say, but this topic still feels like bad luck. Once Child recovers, let's get some more answers out of him.
I too believe it unwise to make too many blind guesses when information is lacking. The same is true of being...
Whatever the... It's like the crisis here in Fontaine.
Yes. All of Focalor's...
But she sacrificed herself in the end as a god.
I suppose that would be the mystery of... I suspect not. But once in a while, I too would guess that if wishes were like life flows like water, and rain is the final answer, and what ultimately is the difference between the rains that fall.
Penyamaran Sang Pendosa telah selesai. Nice. Buka. Wah. Terima quest. Terganggu nggak? Enggak. Ini persiapan questnya. Persiapkan dulu. Domain baru. Ini kah? Bukan event ini bawah. Oh ini nih. Posisinya di mana? Oh ada di sini. Kesempatan tersisa untuk yang satu. Tapi ini 60. Lah kita belum perlu. Kita wih. Ini tanda yang kemarin saya bikin, guys. Ini tanda bintang ini tanda bintang ini ya rasanya. Tempat Celestia. Oke, kalau gitu kita open map dulu. Oke, kita akan closing dulu karena sudah berhasil menyelesaikan quest pada hari ini. Quest-quest berikutnya akan saya bahas di video berikutnya ya guys. Terima kasih telah menonton dari awal hingga akhir quest ini selesai. See you next time.